I am so sorry for that 4 minutes of whatever glitchy noise was going on. I was busy cleaning up the computer screens. I thought I would handle that real quick. I didn't realize that the capture card was getting a tad bit glitchy. I've fixed it. Greetings, everybody. My name is God. I'm gonna sound like Mr. Fruit if I'm not careful. My name is Coin, and welcome back to another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Before we get started, and I promise I will read messages in just a second, I like to take the time to thank everyone who has financially been generous this month. If you guys want your name on any of these placards, gotta chuck some change at me. The cheapest way to do that is through Patreon or Coffee for $1 a month. Especially if you like my work, you know, this is like one of those really small ways I try to give back. It's like the bare minimum. I'd like to thank Mr. Rowan Darcy for their ongoing Prime Gaming subscription. I really do appreciate it. I hope you enjoy all of the benefits of your Prime Gaming subscription package with emotes and the extra vote tally and everything. I do not have any patrons or one-off contributors during this month's cycle, but I would like to thank Mr. Rasby the Player for their continued Coffee Valkyrie tier membership. Please do enjoy all of the benefits and privileges that come along with that, should you choose to exercise them. I really do appreciate the financial support. It means a lot. I'm really trying hard to save up on that gym membership, everybody. Greetings, Mr. Jason and Boyo. Welcome to both of you. Hopefully you're both doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you both enjoy your stay. I know that's a lot of the word both repeated a ton of times, but I really do truly mean that to the two of you. Hopefully everything is going just fine. I'm doing okay. Let's play the camera mini game. Like a huge amount of the camera mini game. Something like that. I thought my chair was sitting real low to the ground, but it's, you know, me having a hallucination, so that totally checks out. But yeah, I do hope you both are doing well. Where do we begin? First, I guess I'll apologize to Mr. Jason for not responding to the last 3 Discord messages. I did see them. I was just trying to get a whole bunch of other little tiny stuff done. I very nearly ran up against the clock with one of them. Oh. Okay. Sorry, I had something that was stuck in my teeth. Anyway, first up, recap time. And let me also make sure YouTube is functioning. It looks like it is. I'll know when the bot starts spitting some stuff out. Anyway, last time of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, we completely wrapped up with the ground, with the Koroks on the surface, as well as in the, no, just the surface Koroks. We also finished all of the shrines that are on the surface. Today's episode, we're going to be focusing on the caves and the depths. And if we thought we weren't getting enough, you know, Goron's, you know, fire guard suit action, if we thought we weren't getting enough of that, we're going to get all of that this episode. And then if we get done with that, and, you know, we've more or less wrapped up, you know, the depths of the Eldin Mountains, what I will do is we will go back and start completing some quests that we maybe tabled for a little while. Why do I say that? I say this because when it comes to Oh, I don't know why I was framing my sentence that way. We're having a vote item going on right now in the Discord. Mr. Jason, if you would be so kind as to link the Discord for the Twitch users, I will do the same for YouTube. Yeah, we have a vote item. We have about 11 hours left. It'll end about 11:30 p.m. tonight. To decide what region we're going to next. It's actually neck and neck. There are even numbers of votes between both Farron and or the Poplar Hills and the Rabhala wetlands, or aka where Lurlin Village is. So if you guys want to help be the tiebreaker, and so I don't have to tie break anything, because if I have to tie break, people might not like what I pick. It's better if that doesn't exist. The Discord is the place to do it. The onboarding is free and automatic. I look forward to tallying up the votes at the end of today. That's what I'll say. Single choice vote. So pick your option wisely. You do get 2 chances to change up your vote if you need to, but you can't like pick all of them. You have to pick one. Let me go back and catch up on all of the messages, because I definitely did the recap, and then I went over today's plan all in kind of one fell swoop. Mr. Jason says, if Hotel Chocolat was in France, Kalos, I would have zero doubts that Lady Jacinth, might be Yacinth, it might be a Y, would also be a patron. The worst part, in all honesty, Mr. Coin, is that I cannot really reveal much of my latest grand ambitions to other people, as regrettably, the lady herself is still a spoiler to most people. And just on the subject of Lady Yacinth, Mr. Coin, I've won 11 infinite Z to A royal matches so far, and to rebattle Lady Yacinth, I have to win a total of 20 infinite Z to A royale matches. Nice! Nice. I bet that's a lot of work, but well worth the effort. Mr. Jason then goes on to say, no worries. If you don't respond, I'll ask them live. I appreciate that. I do try to get to the messages. I'm spread so thin right now, it's not funny. I've got, the long form project that I'm editing for Coffee and Patreon. I have this live stream series that I make thumbnails for every day of the week, other than like Saturday. I have the tabletop group that I have a campaign for, that I'm DMing for at the start of next year, roughly. And there's a lot of material I have to write for that. And then on top of that, I have my own personal struggles in my day-to-day life that don't fit any one of those boxes nice and neat. I hate how thin I'm spread right now. But with some luck and some careful management, I'm confident that I will be a bit less spread out and I can respond to messages in a more timely fashion. Mr. Jason says, to be honest, I like you responding live more anyway. That's fair. You get me, not necessarily scripted, right? But I'm a more eloquent typer. I'm used to working the digital medium. I can look up words and know exactly what it is I wish to say before I say it. I try to make it perfect. Just mwah, chef's kiss. When I'm live, I can't do that. Sometimes I might trip over my words, and I'm less than perfect. Yada yada, blah blah blah. And I guess that's a question I can ask. Do you guys prefer the script? And not necessarily me, right? But I'm talking like just content creators in general, or people that you watch. Do you prefer, the unscripted live, maybe the content creator trips up on it somewhere? Or, do you prefer the pitch perfect, highly edited, and carefully measured content from other content creators? What I'm doing right now is I'm marking all the caves and stuff and wells that we've not been to yet. We did visit some of them as per exploring around and doing some quests last time, but today we're going to be spelunking into all the rest. And maybe I might have to dig around and make sure there aren't quests pertaining to the individual caves. We'll have to see. And then, okay, we're going to be moving down here, and there's like 2. Mr. Jason says, I agree. You're definitely different online and offline. There are 2 sides to every coin. Okay, I'm gonna make a note that on Thursday we had 16 jokes. You know what? I better write that down. 1 second, everybody. Un momento, per favore. Just a moment longer. Oh, come on. I'd hate to have to go dig for another writing implement. I guess I'm gonna have to do that. Okay, all done. Sorry, this is just in case, you know, people are like, hey, we really do like the idea of, you know, wiping the counter each day and then making a comparison, you know, maybe talking about it a minute or 2. Just in case. I have like I put a question in the general chat in our server just to kind of get some, I wanted to do that yesterday after stream, but I got really roped up doing a bunch of other different things. So sorry about that. But at least I'm collecting the thoughts now, and we can make a decision accordingly. Let me go back and catch everything again. Mr. Jason says, in my honest opinion, Mr. Coin, I enjoy the unscripted responses when you're streaming. I appreciate that. Save perfection for when it matters, like in the TCC. I guess I have a different purview about it. Like, I think everybody deserves what I can offer up as perfect. I don't reserve that effort for just some people, and then other people get the unfettered nonsense that I sometimes spew. That's a skill issue for me, though. That's a perspective issue on my part. Mr. Jason says, so Jason goes on to say, so I get the best of both worlds, really? Good. I'm glad to hear it. Boyo says, the tie is broken. You're referring to the vote, right?
Sex.
Thank you for the redemption, Mr. Shiny. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. I'm getting ready to finish marking up some caves now. I was just wrapping up on messages before getting back to work. Mr. Jason says, I know what you mean. I don't mean reserve it for the TCC, but yeah, it matters over in the TCC Discord, of course. Let me go and make sure I'm just doing this correctly. As a reminder, if you guys are on Twitch, you can, in fact, redeem or use your channel points for various things. The pink color-coded rewards are just funny sound bites. that I've either spliced together or I found on the internet. I could see that one literally a mile away. If you want any of the ones in purple, I actually do something for those. Most of them require a prompt, like you need to write something down. But this is the West Restaurant Cave, right? No, we hadn't even been there yet. Alrighty. I guess that it's right here, I think. And those purple icons range anything from, you know, having me take a drink. Cheers. Make sure to stay fully hydrated, by the way. Or you can shut me up for 5 minutes if you spent enough of your hard-earned channel points. Mr. Jason says, for example, Mr. Coin, the person who said, yo, what's up all in the TCC's general chat would definitely not be getting on my board. If a board member said that, I would laugh them right out of my office. Fair. It is your space. You do get to, you know, preserve it the way you, or, you know, curate it the way you want. Especially on the higher echelons of power. I don't think that person was probably going to be applying for a board position at any point in the future, though. That at least would be my thinking. Let's travel up here, and we'll get a hover bike all ready to go. Nothing. I didn't really do anything off camera either, for the record. Everything is exactly as we left it. I'm good. I'm glad I got the count on that right. Again, I've been so busy just cutting out trying to get the new race I'm making in my tabletop management software to work correctly. I'm trying to get like certain things to replace each other. That's tedious and really does take quite a long time to get right. Okay, we're gonna step on this, and I'm happy to have some extra bright bloom seeds. Maybe we'll make a pit stop by a merchant and sell our stack of 999 regular bright, like... Oh, I got real spooked by that. Maybe we'll sell off like half of our normal size bright bloom seeds. Mr. Jason says, without going into too much detail, Mr. Coin, that person used to be staff, but caused no end of small issues that eventually led you to just drop them. Even Alex put in a formal complaint and asked for procedure, as I'm sure that you saw. That seemed like a bright idea. That seems like a bright idea to sell half of them. Oh, and I'm guessing Dinroll must be flying above us. No, it's the light dragon, I think. It seems so light-coded. Don't confirm if that's the correct one, by the way. I want to find out if that's the truth for myself. The most we know so far is that... I did not mean to hit you on the nose, Mr. Wolf, with a hover bike. That probably hurt big time. All right. Let's go spelunking. I sure hope there might be a quest for this particular... I sure hope I'm not passing any of that up. That would kind of really suck. I haven't actually seen, but I'll go back and make sure I read over it, Mr. Jason. Don't worry about that. Eventually, I'll have all this work for the tabletop campaign, like all finished, and then I won't have to worry about it until... I won't have to worry about it quite so much. Mr. Jason says, I won't tell you because I wouldn't know how to make it even a light spoiler. That's getting the slow claps. Unless that's not a joke. Oh, no. Okay, you're talking about, you're talking about the whole thing about dropping that former staff member. That, okay, yep. I wanted to make sure, no, that is supposed to be a joke. I don't think so. I'm not letting you do that. Really? No, you did make a pun about the light dragon. Okay, I'll give that an applause. Sorry. See what I mean? I could be ever so dense sometimes. You know what? I'll take it. I'll take it. I thought I was gonna plunge into the lava and have to start all over. You know what? I will take this reset. All right, let's Oh, look at him just go. Wow, he really is like an actual bona fide projectile. And I sure hope I don't have to search every inch of this cave to find out where. Frick. Yeah, I think that's exactly what's happening. Oh, is this gonna circle? Okay, it circles. Let's just do that. Like that. Perfect. And let me not smack it with a regular old flaming object. Mr. Shiny says, by the way, despite it being a bright type of condiment, bright bloom seeds don't give a glow effect when cooked. Okay, oh, I did not. Nope. Yeah, I worked real hard on that silver Lionel pounder. I don't want to lose that. Figured I would shed some light about this topic. That's true, and it's such a shame. I believe I did actually cook bright bloom seeds one time and was upset when they didn't give a glow effect. They ended up being a mistake. Which is like very, very unfortunate. Stop. Thank you, Tulin. I guess the lack of a cook effect is to encourage you to use them for environmental reasons. That wasn't your brightest idea then, Mr. Coin. Indeed, it very much wasn't the brightest idea I've had. Yeah, see, I can't even pick them up. Yes, we can't pick up any more bright bloom seeds until we sell them off. All right, let's take a moment and look around before we just... Oh, well, we have to navigate through here via minecart. Never mind. Boyle loves it here. I think everyone's gonna come to love the humor once they get used to it. There are some streams I'll head into for a minute, and I'll remember, oh, they have a clause about, you know, not making jokes and puns. Dang it. Yeah, I think I know of one stream where you'll get banned if you make a joke or a pun. It's like, or like an obvious joke or a pun. It's like, it's really quite something to see. Are you serious right now? That's twice I've missed it. Mr. Jason says, we don't go over the top. It is a bit of light humor. Mr. Shiny says, who wouldn't? 2 witty spinsters in one place? I like the confidence. That's quite admirable. That's a recipe for a puntastic time. I just didn't want to wear out the applause more than anything, so I changed up the sound for one of them. That's all. And it's kind of random. I really do need a couple of other robust. I really do need a couple more robust applauses, and then I'll be perfectly happy. Okay, this is the 3rd time that's happened. I wonder if I can just shoot it with an arrow. We're gonna try. Yes, that's exactly what it is. Okay, fine. It took me entirely too long to learn that. Mr. Shiny says, I mean, me and Mr. Shiny have basically confirmed our confidence. Too true. Too true. But it's nice when people exude the confidence, you know what I'm saying? Just gonna continually shoot some fools. Dang it. Sorry, I gotta focus on this right this second. I'm trying to figure out what exactly I need to do here. I wonder if I need to recall this cart. Well, no, I mean... What? Get back here. I didn't ask you to run off of my cart. All right. That's really unfortunate. This cave is just gonna be, you know, going from the frying pan into the fire. Well, I mean, I guess we're in the fire already, so we would literally be going straight into lava at that point. And Mr. Jason says, I would be a terrible executive chair if you didn't exude confidence. That's not necessarily true. I mean, yes, confidence is helpful, but there are lots of executive chairs that aren't confident. You know, they rely more on their business acumen and their skill more than anything else. And also there is such a thing as too much forced confidence. There's a good balance. Genuine confidence is always nice to see, like to actually exude the real thing. But if you force it too much, some people will think you don't have any. See what I mean? There's a fine line in that. I am enjoying this heated discussion. Me too, I suppose, you know, given the environment we're in and everything. Alright, so now we've got this up here, I think. Let me see, where are we going from here? Okay, so we'll bump into this cart. Nope, goodbye. I want nothing to do with that. Okay, got it. Sorry, this place is quite a bit of really quite something. I'm also just not used to having to adapt to like actual kart rides like this. There's a reason why I'm kind of vanilla when it comes to go-kart rides. I've driven a go-kart. It's fine enough. I don't like to zip zoom with them though. And when I say go-kart, I mean like the type you can take out into the wilderness for some four-wheel. My uncle used to live out toward Modoc. And he no longer lives there, he's somewhere else, which I will not be revealing for security reasons, but... yeah, he was out in, like, the actual real boonies. And he had a pair of go-karts. Ooh, lots of giant bright bloom seeds. I will take that. And sometimes I would go over and drive the cart, and it would be real fun. I do enjoy the driving and everything, just, you know, you have to go a certain speed when you're out in the boonies, or you'll get eaten up by flies, mosquitoes, and all kinds of other stuff. I mean, if you're driving past them, they can't bite your skin and draw your blood out, but, if you go too fast, all it takes is one bump, and you're Dukes of Hazzarding it straight into the chasm. Straight into a nearby chasm. And out near where my uncle used to live, and I promise I'll read that in just a second. Out where my uncle used to live, there were creeks, rivers, mud beds, and Georgia clay and bedrock is not quicksand, but if you're getting something stuck in it, you do have to tow stuff out. It's there's nothing quite like the Georgia wilderness if you want to get if you want to get stuck somewhere and have to figure out, you know, what you're doing to get out of it. Oh, okay, I tilted and got the feed instead. Mr. Jason says another streamers joined the TCC today. Awesome, that's good to hear. I have like put an eye in there or two every so often. But there usually isn't an incredible amount that changes from the day to day now. The server kind of seems somewhat stable, and that's a good thing. So if I don't see much change, I tend to, you know, not put my eyeballs in there for too long. Just because I'm, again, like, busy. This past month has really, like... Mr. Jason says it is stable, but 2 clients left recently. Okay. They give a reason why they leave, or they just did? Mr. Jason says once people leave, our policy is to not re-invite. Fair. You know what? I'm going to drop this, and then I'm going to immediately pick it back up. Wow, this is an easy shrine. I would prefer if they were all like this. It's probably not going to be the case. Dun 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 dun. I believe that puts us up to 6. And with any luck, we'll be able to trade in for 2 more heart containers today. And we'll have 23 hearts. I believe each row of hearts is 20. I've done the counting. But, you know, that doesn't mean my counting is correct. Oh, right. We have to go and... We have to go back and make a new hover bike. It's fine. I'll also stop by Unoboko HQ and just double check that there wasn't a quest for this particular shrine. I think the re-invite policy is fine. Though I do wonder if you've left yourself any room for, like, legitimate mistakes, or how do I word this? Let's say someone gets hacked, right? And you know that the account is wiped. Can they... Oh, very well, Mr. Jason. No worries. I will ask when you return. That way you're not having to think on a half-baked question. We're gonna just stop by real quick and drop off 450 bright blooms, or 449 bright bloom seeds. Welcome. Goron City is cool these days, but the caves are still piping hot. A little Hylian like you will get scorched. Fireproof elixir will lose its effect after some time, but you'll be A-okay wearing the flame-resistant equipment we have here. Then show me what you want to sell. What are you buying? What are you selling? Mr. Shiny says I assume that's taken into account and treated as an exception. We'll see. I'll ask him again when he comes back, and I'll finish the whole question this time. It may even be written in the rules, and I just don't remember. Where is this? It is regular size bright bloom seeds we don't use too often. So I guess let's sort like this. There. 2 each. You're gonna hear this sound a lot. It would be 449. 550. Okay. Mr. Shiny says a little life update. You finally scheduled the surgery to remove polypoid changes in your nose. Oh. Hopefully that will improve the quality of life a little bit. Ah. So, I take it you don't have a particularly good sense of smell then? With the polypoids, would that be accurate? I ask this because I have a friend who also has like a deviated septum or like other, you know, sinusoidal related challenges. He has a very bad sense of smell and taste as a result. Problems with breathing. Well, yeah, I'm really glad that, you know, that's getting removed, or those are getting that's getting removed. Those things are being changed. Yeah, I hope that doesn't create complications for you. I hope it all goes smooth. Since you've only talked about the scheduling, of course, but I'm referring to the actual, like, real surgery. Let's see. Is there anything else I want to get rid of while we're here? I don't think so. Most of everything else has a use, and we need a lot of stuff in order to upgrade our armor and everything. Okay. We're gonna make a stop by Unoboko HQ. That is up next. We need to check for quests. Although, if I'm being honest, maybe we should actually poke our heads around town a little bit more and just see if there are other quests to be completed. Let's get off of the unbearable heat, please. Savota. Oh, sorry. Savota is an expression where I'm from. Good lord, it means good morning. Although kids these days shorten it to Savo. Now that the marbled rock roast is gone, the Gorons are back to their usual grind. I finally feel like I can relax and get the ore I need for my business. You're back, so you have ore to sell me, right? Got any topazes? I'll buy 10 for you for 1,000 rupees. You won't? Certainly you can sell your ore at any old shop. Amber is getting easier than ever to come by, so the selling price is lower than ever. I'm the only one who will buy them at a high price these days. Mr. Shiny says, yeah, your sense of smell isn't fine either. I figured usually sinusoidal or other related changes to your nose make for a terrible sense of smell. But you're not having issues with your sense of taste? Good, good. Yeah, I don't know what my real life friend's issue with, like, he's told me what it is, but he doesn't exactly have like the best understanding of, you know, why it's like that for him. And most people aren't doctors, so I'm not saying he should have a good grasp on that. Just I'm not very clear on why sinusoidal like changes with him affect his sense of taste. Never mind dealing with long COVID. Speaking of long COVID, or just dealing with long COVID, I deal with it. It hasn't exactly killed my sense of smell either. And this change has nothing to do with like physiological changes. This is like, I guess it would be mucosal level changes in your nose. For me, it's more like my sensitivity to certain smells has gotten sharper, while the long COVID has affected certain other low grade, like low to mid grade smells, and I really don't smell those things anymore. It's really strange. For those that I guess this is a part about me I don't talk about all that much. I used to be a shop student, and when I was in high school, like actual construction work, at my particular high school, we were fortunate enough to service clients, and the school got that money, and then the class got a portion of it. One time we got a client contract, and they wanted a piece of furniture like properly made and stained. I was in charge of the staining. What did my fool butt do? I opened a can of stain, and I didn't pay attention to which way the wind was blowing because it was April when I did that. And the fumes from the can of wood stain flew back in my face. I had two 15-second out-of-body experiences, and then I had to lie in my instructor's office the rest of the day, or the rest of the class period, just to let it like pass. And probably about a year after that happened was when my sense of smell became really acute. Like any kind of really strong aerosol, lots of floral fragrances, some really strong fruit fragrances too for a while. They gave me headaches. And as long as I was in contact with an aerosol, I would have to spend at least 10 to 15 minutes away from whatever the source is. And if it's a person and I'm trapped in there with them, I was not a happy camper. I had to have a good dose of caffeine to help deal with the headache that comes along with that. I still get that from time to time, mainly with cologne and perfume and stuff. The water's clear and colorless, with a slight volcanic smell. A nice long soak is sure to melt your fatigue away. How am I supposed to write about fatigue when I'm this tired? Maybe I gotta hit a hot spring myself. The closest options, Goron Hot Springs, good lord, to the south. But maybe I'll check out those Simmerstone Springs I've heard about. I've heard they're in a place called Gorko Tunnel, which is even farther south than the Goron Hot Springs. but I've never even seen that tunnel. How's a gal supposed to get refreshed? Okay, that's not a quest. That's just an interesting happening. Thanks, Unobo. Boyo asks, have I ever thought about playing Minecraft? I used to play it when I was like a high school lad and a, you know, a young college-educated kid, youngster. Back when it was right before right before Notch changed the hands of Minecraft over to Microsoft. I played it before Minecraft was associated with Microsoft. I had an experience with that game that was bad enough that I put down the game, and even when playing it with my tabletop friends I have now, I just can't. Not for more than a couple of hours, tops. Whee! Minecart Land was so fun. I knew Jenga would make it the best. Oh yeah, I remember now. You're the stranger. Well, Minecart Land is open now, so it isn't a secret anymore. Jenga made it a fun place where you could go zoom. I just went. It's so fun. Nice. So, well, I can play Minecraft adjacent games. I can play Terraria just fine. Starbound, Stardew Valley. If I do ever get Core Keeper or something similar, I'm sure I can play that fine. But because of the experience I had with a bunch of former World of Warcraft raiding mates, I can't stomach touching it for a long time. I don't want to get into that because it's not like the people from that situation or that incident were bad or anything. They weren't. I was real friendly with them. Like we did a lot of stuff together. I just can't. It created a trauma response is what it did. It's not like hugely traumatic, but it's like a leftover impression from my days playing Minecraft, and I just can't as a result. Sorry. I've thought about bringing that to the channel at one point or another, but I can't get over my past traumatic experiences with that game. And the trauma is of a social variety for the most part. Are you a traveler? Then you might like to try a morning bath. You should head to Minecart Land. It's Unoboko's masterwork. Of course, I helped build it too. Once you leave the city gate, head straight down the road and you'll see it on your left. When I'm feeling better, I intend to have a good time there myself. What about you? Boring. We could read it as boring, like boring a hole in something, or we could read it as boring, like based on the scientist of the same last name, Bohr, or we could read it as boring, like a boring old guy. Isn't that just great? The young Gorons are back to work, and Minecart Land was completely saved. Or was completed safely. Good lord. I think it's about time I retire and tour some hot springs. Suppose I'll start with the Goron hot springs. Actually, maybe I'll go farther than that. Maybe I'll take a peek at Simmerstone Springs. This is just what I heard from the elderly fellow who's a regular at Goron Hot Springs. Guy knows his stuff. He says Simmerstone is in a place called Gorko Tunnel, which is farther south than Goron Hot Springs, but that area is expansive, so if you're going there, I recommend you ask him for specifics. And what about the regular hot springs? They're the most famous hot springs these lands over. Just cross that bridge and head south. You can't miss them. There's an elderly fella at the Goron Hot Springs who really knows his stuff when it comes to hot springs. He told me about a place called Simmerstone Springs that's apparently legendary. I can't decide whether to go to Goron Hot Springs or Simmerstone Springs. The water here sure is nice. Nothing beats soaking in the morning light. Sure, little fellas. Absolutely. Oh, we could just exchange that right here. I don't even have to wait. Yes, I would like to amplify and get a heart container, please. Make that 22 hearts. Do-do-do-do-do-do. But I am glad that that is. I am glad that that surgery has been scheduled and everything, Mr. Shiny. Boyo says, well, have a great rest of stream, but you have to go. No problem. Thank you so much for visiting, Boyo. I really do appreciate the company. I hope to see you back sooner rather than later, my lovely senator. But if you don't have the time or the opportunity, do take care of yourself, and I'll see you next time. All right, Bluto. If not for this pet, yes, of course. We've already read all that. Anything else? I actually don't think there's an incredible amount
You hear that off in the distance
here.
by senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
That, my fine friends, is the commercial, the warning for the commercial break. We do take those around here. They're 3 minutes long. There'll be a timer indicating that at the top of the left-hand corner of the video display. And when that is over, when that hits 0, I'll have returned to my desk. We will get right back to the gaming. I highly encourage everyone to take a break at the exact same time so there's no FOMO. I structure it this way on purpose. And I do really appreciate everyone's company today. If you guys like the content, I know we've gotten off to a slow start. But if you do like the content and you want to keep up with what I'm doing, please consider following on Twitch or subscribing on YouTube, or, why not both? Those are free, easy ways to help the content, help the channel grow and everything like that. And they're free. And if you follow on Twitch, you even get 5 free emotes to use just for your trouble for the entire time you're following. That's really about it. Yay, that's the fastest chill I've done yet. I'm working on paring down the time I spend on those. Oh hey, you here in Goron City for a bit of sightseeing too? If so, you've got some perfect timing. Up until recently, the Gorons were acting real weird. You could barely even hold a simple conversation with them. The second those strange red stones vanished, well, they came right to their senses. Good news is I can finally go looking for Simmerstone Springs, which is why I came here in the first place. Don't tell me you've never heard of Simmerstone Springs. What? Really? I mean, if I'm being honest, I guess I don't really know that much about the place either. I just know there's this secret hot spring called Simmerstone Springs somewhere near Goron City. But, well, I guess that's what makes it a secret hot spring. Only those in the know about it, What I think I'm going to do is try and talk to some hot spring buffs at the not secret hot springs. See if they know where it is. I suppose Goron Hot Springs is a good place to start. Maybe I'll look it up on a map later. Welcome back, Mr. Jason. We've been in town for entirely too long already. Kima has come to Goron City to search for a secret hot spring called Simmerstone Springs. He plans to start by seeking out hot water connoisseurs at various hot spring locations in the hope they'll have information for him. He set his sights on Goron Hot Springs in particular. Mr. Shiny says I must depart for the time being. I'll be back once you're done with the chores. Very well, Mr. Shiny. Thank you so much for stopping by. Good to see you again. Hopefully you'll rest well and be well, my lovely senator. And I hope to see you sooner rather than later. But if not, do take care of yourself. And do stay safe out there. And, I'll see you when I see you. Hopefully next time. Mr. Jason says the reason for the policy is because you put effort into vetting each person. Makes sense. So if they leave, putting it unprofessionally, as I do not know how to say it professionally, feels like a slap in the face, like them leaving. There are more facets to it than that, but yeah, that's the basic premise. That's fair. That's fair. I get that. So then I guess my question would be is, you know, how do you handle mistakes? Like, let's say someone gets hacked or something along those lines, and they come to you with a fresh account. You've already vetted them. They just changed the account name. Is an invite still not possible because of that policy? Or is it one of those, well, it's clearly an exception, and I make it I make it known that it is an exception. I'm just curious how it works. Let's get to making another hover bike, and we're gonna get back on the trail because I don't particularly see anything that has changed around here. It would have to be along the paths. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Blue. I just ran right into him. That'll really, put a spring in your step. I'll read that when I come back from the break. Thank you, guys. See you then. So sorry about that. I'm back. Hopefully everybody enjoyed whatever it was they got up to, or feel productive after doing whatever it was they were doing during the commercial break. I wouldn't I wouldn't run these breaks like this if I didn't have to, just so everyone knows. But this is the game Twitch makes us play. And so we gotta play it. Mr. Jason said, let me first check YouTube. Okay, because I don't have quite as easy eyes on YouTube. I really should be in the habit of checking that first. Mr. Jason says, if someone gets hacked, we remove them to mitigate risk. Okay, makes sense, but they are welcome to join with a new account. Gotcha. Mr. Shiny and I both thought more or less the same thing once we started discussing it, but I did tell him, you know, I want to hear that. Like, I want to make sure I've actually asked the full and proper question. I did have to ask it piecemeal, and you also answered the original question before you got up, from before you got up, but I was hoping to frame it in one nice, neat bundle. But honestly, answering it piecemeal is just fine. Mr. Jason says, I was just waiting in anticipation for the return of Mr. Coin. Thank you, thank you. Well, speaking of returning anywhere, or for the return of anything, why don't we get to returning back out there and speed some stuff up and start getting into these caves. Though I guess I'm still going to stop by Unoboko and make sure that nothing else has changed. You know, that there wasn't in fact a quest for that specific cave shrine we found a couple moments ago. Okay, so this one's up here. I noticed that the Gorons are a lot more spread out this time. Oh, hello. The Gorons are back to work, so I actually don't need your help. In less good news, we can't mine marbled rock roast anymore. That was our most popular edible rock. Trends come and go. I wonder what edible rock will be the next big craze. President Unobo opened this office for the benefit of everyone, whether or not they're Unoboko employees. Please come again. Is there anything in here? Any kind of like... Nope. Can't. Let me look at the materials, Nintendo. Like, if you're gonna put the hard work and effort into doing that stuff, you really should let me look at it. Mr. Jason says I have to be so careful with drinks in your room, Mr. Coin. Me too. I can't tell you the number of times a stream has come to an end. Or, you know, I had awkward events happen on screen because I spilled a drink. I know exactly where that sentiment is coming from, Mr. Jason. On your computer desk, it's full of collectible products that could be ruined. Oh no. Yeah, and on the TV stand, you have a Switch, Switch 2, PS5, Switch OLED, PS4 Pro, and the DVD Blu-ray player. Yeah, I can't... you would probably cry if, you know, water got on any of that. My God. I just don't, I guess I just don't live life that way. And by that I mean, you know, I would never put my collectibles in a place where I put drinks. Your computer desk also has all of your 3DS systems. Oh, that's really, oh no. Yeah, I could just imagine a spill on that. Yeah, people would cry. That's awful. Or that would be awful. So I guess you're probably like, when you say you're so careful, you really do mean that. Like, you probably check people for their drinks before they step in there. If you ever have anyone over at your house, they probably don't go anywhere near that room with a drink in their hand. Would I be right in that? Just curious, of course. Ah, good, clean water. Make sure to stay hydrated, everyone. This is my notice to everyone else that if you got a cup of something in your hand, make sure to sip it. 8 full glasses of water a day, required for a well-functioning human body. And I'm lucky if I drink. I've been trying to drink more than half of that, but chugging 8 full glasses of water is harder than it looks. Not that it's hard to do. And not that I enjoy doing it or that it's difficult to do, but you have to control the rate at which you drink water. Hi, would you guys like to come over and, you know, get a handful of a heated mallet? Where is this? It's right here. Nope. I don't think so. Bye. Nope. Bop. Oh, I probably should be using a different implement now that I think about it. Nice. Okay, that's all finished. Good. Alright, so we have this cave in here. I'm gonna park this as close to the entrance as I can get it. Because I think we're gonna be dropping down into something. Oh, no, never mind. Never mind. Mr. Jason, please see Discord DMs. I wish to show you a temporary image of what you mean. No need to reply in the DM, as you can reply here. Sure. Let me crack open my phone and take a quick look at that. I think you show me like pictures of your desk encounters separately. If that's like the content of the image, but yeah, that's a lot of stuff. That's a lot of stuff just on the desk. Wow, that is a lot of stuff. Yeah, if something happened to my gaming cabinet, the drink is in the shot too. Let me look at it again. I paid attention to the objects, the sensitive objects on the screen, and I did not, in fact, pay attention to the drink. Let's see. Pulling up the Discord app. Yeah, like the drink is within shot. It's like down toward the bottom. It's a Pepsi Max. Yeah, like I'm surprised you let it get that close to your stuff. If I'm being real honest. It's like you do what you want. I'm just surprised it's on the same desk as all of that stuff. But I bet you're also pretty gosh darn careful as a whole. So I guess a nice follow-up question is, do you trust anyone else that way in your office? You don't need to name names. Just would you trust another human being in your office with a similar drink, or in a similar capacity? My guess is probably not, but that's me. You gonna jump up there? You sure are. Dude, you're on fire. You're on fire. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna wallop ya. Alright, and then let's get him out of here. Bye. Not really, no. Completely valid. Completely valid. I totally get that. Oh, okay. I thought I had grabbed that. I guess not. In fact, when your youngest niece was even younger, she soon learned that my stuff is look but don't touch. Fair. Fair. Just gonna let's freeze you solid. Anyone else? No? Okay. Cool. Yeah, I guess I just, for me personally, I wouldn't want to have my space set up like that. And that is to say, you know, if I had a room with like collections of stuff in it, I would probably be content posting pictures and then lock the door the rest of the time. I would not want to take the risk of something bad happening. Then again, here I am talking about what I would do, and, you know, I have drinks on my desk. I guess I also have the lived experience, right? Mr. Jason says, I can't explain it, Mr. Coin. And I wondered if you could possibly guess, but I don't really know why you took such an immediate shine to Lady Yacinth. Well, if I had to guess, everyone has a type, right? Would you say your type of lovely lady is in fact girls in really, like, you know, really ostentatious dress? The cocktail dresses, the gala gowns, all that fun stuff. I mean, my type of lady is not too far from that. I too prefer a lady in a good dress. If there's like another different reason, or like maybe it's the Pokemon she uses or something. Oh, you don't mean as in dating, Mr. Coin. Fair enough. In that case, the only thing I could probably say is it might be the Pokemon she's using, or just her general appearance. I couldn't really explain. To put it in different words, I'm not in your head, Mr. Jason. What I'm wanting to do is make an extruder. That's what I'm wanting to have happen here. Let me find it. An excavator, excuse me. All right, let's take our excavator for a spin. You know, provided I can get into the wheel to control it. What? Oh, that's not gonna work, is it? Kind of. It kind of works. Whatever. Let's just take... I'll have to come back with that. Come back to that with Yunobo here in a sec. You know, I probably could just actually use him instead of, you know, footing around it. I mean, you quite enjoy the extravagant things in life. Yeah, I could totally see that. I'm much the same way. I'm a man of golds, silks, satins, and gems. I am unabashedly unashamed to admit that. I would dress up fancy every day of the week if I could help it. Okay, there is something down there. Okay. You know, Bo, you don't need to chase after the bubble frog. Let me handle that, please. Just like Lady Yacinth would? Yeah. I mean, I did order that 200-pound Hotel Chocolat box, after all. That's true. And as you said earlier, Mr. Coin, if Hotel Chocolat was in France, you would have zero doubts that Lady Yacinth would also be a patron. It might be Jacinth. Oh my god. I'm gonna have to look that up, aren't I? That is not gonna work. That is not gonna work. You know, Bo buddy, I need you to do your thing. Never mind. I guess I could ascend through this, right? Yeah, let's ascend. I'm sure she would be. In fact, I think many people in, you know, Kalos and so on would probably also be patrons of Hotel Chocolat. Because if there's one thing I know about Pokemon society, or like human societies in the Pokemon setting, it is that they are all dystopian. All of them want the fine things in life. Because I can't imagine how rote it is to wake up, go, oh boy, I'm a small child, I'm gonna train my Pokemon. And that's like all you do. Like all the time. And any fun things that you do in that universe are constantly being challenged by, you know, whatever kind of team thug is going on around, like gallivanting around, whether it's Team Magma, you know, oh god, Team Rocket is the one I think of, but I'm sure there are others. Come on, ram right through it. Okay, we need to get this out of here. Mr. Jason goes on to say, I mean, Mr. Coin, I am, after all, on my third 4K TV. Too true. I had to have it on credit, but that helps me because it means I have to allocate funds to it and not spend it on random crap. Fair enough. So you do enjoy the finer things in life? Which is what kind? I mean, this is just kind of a general question I can ask, and it's not too on the nose or anything. You know, how would you guys class yourselves with money management? Right? Are you the type of person to, you know, spend on a bunch of things willy-nilly, or do you save up, pay your bills, and don't spend on too many things? Me personally, I'm a huge food person. If there's anything that will get me in a lot of trouble, it is, you know, food budgeting. Like if I were living by myself, I would probably have to budget food strictly down to the dollar, down to the last penny. and I would also have to budget the time to cook. Mr. Jason says, most budget to the pounds and you budget to the penny. You answered the question before I had even asked it. So, fair. And then Mr. Jason says, heck, I order takeaway just to avoid washing the pots. Fair. I guess, you know, my ability to budget for stuff like that would mostly come down to what kind of job or what kind of income I have. If I don't have much, well, you know, sucks to suck, sucker butt, but you gotta pull yourself up by your bootstraps and, you know, budget properly and do things. And takeaways is definitely not cheap, especially nowadays. Yeah, I agree. People do have to, you know, budget accordingly. I think this week my folks spent a lot of money on takeout or like bring home food, like more than usual. And this month was just, let's see, I had a bit of a reward after the kidney infection saga, and then there were a few times where people didn't feel like cooking. So, and I would cook if I'm asked, or, you know, people ask me in advance, like, hey, would you mind cooking for this or that? And I'll say, okay, if people don't mind, you know, me having to budget my time and maybe we end up eating a bit later, I wouldn't have any problem cooking. Or, you know, hey, maybe if people are willing to put in a little bit of prep work at the house, with the people I live with, that is, if those people were willing to do that, I would have no problem putting stuff in. Or, you know, maybe it's a crock pot meal or something like that. I would also have no problem. In reverse, huh? There are going to be enemies here, and our goal is going to be to, like, use recall to help us with that situation a lot. Okay, we don't have a bow. Dang it. Yeah, I don't think this was going to be a stealth section. Which is kind of a problem. Mr. Jason says, some people are kind of shocked that you casually ordered 7 copies of Paper Mario 1,000 Year Door a few years ago, and then a year before, 7 copies of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, 4 of which were the collector's edition. I don't really find that, you know, particularly shocking. I kind of wonder how you have the funds for all that, but that is it's none of Coin's business. Because 7 copies of video games are definitely expensive. Okay, I gotta focus up or I'm going to die. Good lord. Gotcha. I am going to die. This is... Good lord, you guys are willing to hurt yourselves just to hurt me. Careful. Okay. What just happened? Oh, someone else threw a rock at me. Okay. So what I'm hearing is I need to not be in that situation again, is what I'm understanding. Mr. Jason says, and only 1 copy of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom was a standard copy, Mr. Coin. Of the 3 standard copies, 2 were My Nintendo Store UK bundles. 1 came with a collector's medal and notebook, and 1 came with a collector... Oh, and 1 came with just a collector's medal. Okay, but all of the My Nintendo Store UK pre-orders came with a collector's coin and a luggage tag. Do you like Nintendo UK is such a fascinating thing to hear about. Like, the bundles here in the US are not nearly quite so laden with stuff. I'm sure it's not cheap, but and by cheap, I mean like the things being put into the bundles themselves from a company standpoint, I'm sure are not cheap. But what the heck? Oh, you know what? I wonder if there's something down here. No, there's not. No, there's not. Ah.
It's just asinine.
Mr. Jason says that collector's coin was amazing, but I'm really loving the coin. Really loving the coin in the here and now. I appreciate that, Mr. Jason. No, I definitely wanted that on recall. Thank you very much. I see. Oh, and we got spotted. Yay. Love that for me. I would really like them to not... Oh, that was close. I probably really have to lock in while I'm here. Give me that. Okay, that's one of the easier ones to take down. All right. I better back the heck up. Got him. Okay, I'm gonna get that out of here. You know what I'll do? I'm gonna, like, treat these like throwable objects. Let me go back and catch up on chat here. Between us, Mr. Coin, I give as many people as possible in the TCC your 100%, 110%, or as much of it as possible. But when you're streaming, I just want to chill and enjoy. I appreciate that. In fact, you're the reason why I changed the closing hours. I'm flattered, thank you. Once 6 p.m. TCC time hits, you're chilling with Coin. It was 6:59, but it is not. It was 6:59 p.m., but it is not 5:59 p.m. Fair, fair. It is now 5:59 p.m. Yeah, makes sense. Let's see. Where else are our? Is it really just that one? I think so. Come on. Bye. And one more time for everyone in the back. And you set the business hours, as is your right, as the executive chair and the boss. That is satisfying. I'm not gonna lie, that was particularly satisfying. Once I, you know, didn't find myself in a situation where I was fighting 3 at one time, and you know, I was able to actually use one of these time bombs in an effective manner. That went down so much better. A magic rod. Oh yeah, we did lose one. Okay. So this is where I'm going to do something very different. I am going to, let's see, where do we have this? It is down here. I'm gonna drop one of these opals, and we are, while we're in a fiery land like this, we're going to have ourselves a opal or a water rod. Let's see. 9 a.m. to 5:59 p.m. is 59 minutes more than a standard work day after all. Yeah, I caught the typo and waited for the response or the correction. Yay for typos, right? Yeah, I people probably have noticed that I definitely exhibit the ADD symptom of merging words together. That's been happening with increasing frequency. And so I have like the verbal version of typos, and those are not fun. And never mind when I have an actual like written typo. It's why sometimes I'll take a long time to like issue a reply. I'm reading over to make sure, oh, did I leave out words? Did I misspell something? You know, because I can't really control it all that well when it's happening when I'm using my voice, right? When I'm speaking. But I'm darn sure going to attempt to control that better when I can see it. I have a college education, gosh darn it, and I intend to use it. Speaking of, and for the record, and I'm gonna make sure like this is abundantly clear. We're about to enter adult territory, and by adult I just mean we're going to like talk about the thing and not talk about it in detail. Romance novels. I've been watching the book talk crazes on from like React content authors and everything. And there is a gold mine to be had in writing romantasy. That's a portmanteau of romance and fantasy novels written with the female gaze in mind. And that could even be taken two ways. I'm gonna see about getting some software set up to help me storyboard one of these small 255-page novels and see if I can't start finding a way to generate some income. Mr. Jason says, I do love how you now have two organizations, Mr. Coin, the TCC and the SBC. Both of them are pretty big ambitions as well, Mr. Coin. Indeed. I would definitely say that the aspirations of those do come with a price tag. I just hope the price tag won't be too much for you. Managing two Discords is that's a lot more effort than managing just the monolith that is the TCC. If I may ask, and I know you've probably said this, but I just want to hear the reasoning again for my own purposes. Why did you make the SBC as just a place for people to gather and talk about Pokemon Legends Z to A? Like, was that the whole thing? I might have to start farming ore here in a minute, after today. Okay, we have that one. We now have this new cave to check out. I say new. I think we did, in fact, ride by it early, like many times. We were just focused on like stuff related to Unobo. Okay, I have seen this guy fight the same enemy for 5 ever. We're gonna actually do something about it. And of course, if you don't have to share if you don't want to, Mr. Jason. I'm just curious. Oh. Bye. Well, just sit right here until you wake up. Anytime now, Grandpa. Wow, they stay knocked out quite a bit longer. Mr. Jason says, I created the SBC because I really liked the idea / concept of the ZA Battle Royale, and my good friend and executive president and overall second in command of the TCC is a very, very skilled Pokemon battler. Oh, like competitive battling? Wow. Oh, I said Grandpa? It's Grandma. Wow, they stay out a lot longer. What sort of competitive battling? Like OU or like underused like battles? Like modern day battling, or like through a simulation software? Just curious. I am but a lonely wanderer. It's only fitting that I be felled by monsters and left on the roadside. Kidding, I'm kidding. I like to be a little dramatic sometimes, but I'm glad to still be alive. Though I still breathe, I find myself winded. We will talk some other time. Fine, Kathy. That's fine. Let's go in this cave then and see that one of Misko's outfits is probably in here. And of course, Horriblin's set up shop in here. Nice. Wow, we are actually starting to run out of arrows and bows both. Mr. Jason says I don't know the specifics as you don't delve into competitive. Fair. Ow. That freaking hurt. But Jamie too took both of your Pokemon teams in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet and trained them up to level 100 and got them prepared for the Indigo Disc DLC. I would only trust Jamie with your teams. Fair. Yeah, so he probably really knows what he's doing. I would not be surprised if he actually participated in tournaments and actually won cash prizes with like the amount of acumen he has. Hence why Jamie 2 is the TCC's second most powerful. Makes sense. I suppose that would probably translate to resourcefulness, right? More than anything else. Resourcefulness and patience and other things. See, World Wide Web, video games have a ton of, transferable skills. People just aren't looking hard enough. Mr. Jason says I have a deep trust with Jamie. Fair. And yes, that must have been in response to the other qualities that Mr. Jamie has as a result of not stepping in pools of lava. No, as a result of, all the work and all the time he does dedicate to competitive Pokemon. Maybe that'll be like, maybe I'll be a bit like that when I get the, if we ever do any challenge running for Elden Ring again, I'll show you guys that side of myself, and I promise you I'm a completely different, not a totally different, right? But like a somewhat different person when I'm, trying to complete a challenge. Link, you can't, if I say that you should be able to tolerate more than an ankle, someone's just gonna come along and say, would you tolerate an ankle in lava? And I'd be like, no, definitely not. I don't want to even feel it on any other portion of my body. Never mind, like, a whole ankle. Mr. Jason says the TCC is odd, though. You're technically above Jamie 2, as I probably told you. Right, we hold different positions. But when it comes to meeting on a global scale, Jamie could assume executive president. It kind of depends on the situation. Right, of course, that's the beauty of it, is that it's flexible. Still, I'm glad you have people to help back you up in the whole, like, management of the Discord process. I was a tad bit concerned about the formation of the new Discord until I remembered that you do actually have people behind you that are willing to help manage it. And I mean, I am too, don't get me wrong, but I'm not always available. And particularly right now, my life is busier than ever, and I'm about to undertake a new venture with the like romantasy novel I'm gonna be writing or getting to work on writing, because if Amazon has taught me anything, if BotW has taught me anything, it is that people really like dark romance novels. Or at least enough people to where Morning Glory Milking Farm has like 4.1, has a 4.1 review rating out of 5. And it's like it's a smutty literature book. I like how this one's enshrined in like special decoration. Ember headdress. Used in ancient rituals, this item is made of heat-absorbing cloth that produces flame in high-temperature environments. But it won't prevent me from burning, though, will it? It would be nice if it had both effects. Me dunking Link in hot lava's never getting old. Oh, this is a great time to whip out the opal rod. Look at that. Obsidian platforms. There we go. See? Nice and easy. Hello. Thank you. All I was trying to do was get around. Of course, I don't want to waste all of the opal rod charges on that. But I did want to make sure I actually fully demonstrated that. Yes, we know. Wait, what? Why is the outfit hot? What? You know what? Never mind, video game. I'm gonna pretend that that made sense and move on with my life. Mr. Jason says, in general, Jamie is the main CEO and boss, essentially. You wholly trust Jamie too with the general operations of the organization as me and the board don't really get involved with the day-to-day operations and don't really need to. But when we meet for important matters, Jamie would, if I was absent, have basically 99% of the powers. Yep, that's totally fair. That makes perfect sense. Mr. Jason then goes on to say, it is not very often that I am absent, though. Yeah, you're usually available. And you know, the nice thing about the internet, right, is that the nice thing about the internet is that you don't have to be present everywhere all the time. Your phone or your computer or other devices will give you a notification if something happens. And you can decide if you need to respond to it right then or if you gotta wait. That's the great thing about that stuff. Between 7 p.m. and 8:59 a.m., I am not available. Completely fair. I mean, that's you waking up and like having a morning routine or being at work or whatever. Like all that stuff. Oh, we went into a shrine, so I have to build another bike. Why don't we use actual parts? 4 of those and a steering stick. Now, why couldn't they build the hover bike like that? That probably wouldn't work, though. What's up, Mr. Jason? I might need to stop. I might need to do a reset of the merchants again and buy up a significant ton of arrows. I would like to mount my hover bike, please, video game. I promise I'm gonna be speeding things up. I know we've barely gotten 3 or 4 caves done. I need to fix that. My intention is to get through the depths and these caves today, so I gotta get on it and not pause and talk. I gotta talk and move. I'm very bad at that. Which is another reason why I like challenge running Elden Ring, is it forces me to get it forces me to get better at that, right? Like the talking and moving, like the actual simultasking. I have to get better at that. Mr. Jason says, I wish that you could work IRL, but you're autistic and have a lot of anxiety over a college course that hasn't healed yet. To say that I have not progressed IRL, you know, a whole lot of corporate structure. Oh, I won't ask you about that because that's sensitive. I don't want to bring up uncomfortable memories for you. Yeah, that you know, that checks out. That's the classic autistic experience, right? You know, you try to live life like the neurotypicals. You try to be well-to-do and responsible, and you know, either autistic burnout strikes and you get completely derailed when it happens, which is essentially, now that I think on it, is what happened with me. I was attending college, I was going to classes, I was studying to be a biologist. Like, I was trying to be on the up and up and, you know, be a productive member of society. I was really working toward that. And then I ran out of, you know, loan money. I had to stop what I was doing. And then the Trump presidency happened, and everything is just completely topsy-turvy. Life is, you know, is slated to be very different. I should probably park right here. It's very, how do I word this? I know what that's like. And it sucks when you can't progress, when you can't meet the typical milestones that society asks of you, right? The, you know, growing up and getting a job, getting married, having children, owning a house, and on top of being your own person to boot, while also being surrounded by people that, you know, in the best of cases, right, infantilize you, right, and say, oh, well, they're autistic, so they're not gonna think like a regular person. We need to talk down to them. Or, you know, people that mow us over and treat us like we don't deserve basic human respect. And then at the worst ends, you know, people that say, oh, we would rather not vaccinate our children than have one of you. Or, you know, we would rather abort a child than, you know, deal with an autistic person. Or that, you know, now it's people are trying to link Tylenol and vaccines to autism, which makes me really irate as an autistic person. Mr. Kwon, could you delete the above comment in this one? I sure can. Delete message. Delete message. Done. I trust that is satisfactory, Mr. Jason. Let me know if I need to do more with that. But I handled it right in-house with the Twitch chat buttons. Please, okay. Oh, fireproof lizards, come out and play. Oh, didn't see you there. I've got fireproof lizards on the brain. So, did you need something? I'm kind of busy. I do wish I had fireproof gear like you do, buddy. But it's out of my price range. If you're wondering, I'm out here catching fireproof lizards so I can brew a fireproof elixir or two. I figured out that their burrow is inside the cave, so I want to get in there and get to work. problem is the cave is absolutely sweltering, and a Hylian like me wouldn't last long in there. Even so, if you're after fireproof lizards, please do me a favor and go catch them elsewhere. These lizards are always on high alert and are really sensitive to footsteps. So the less feet there are here, the better. Nope. I'm gonna be doing exactly none of that. Still, as an honest myself, right? As an honest myself, I know what that level of despair is like. It contributed a lot to, you know, vlog number, I think 5, like the dark place. Like, what the heck? Okay, who shot something? Someone definitely used an explosive, and I'm a little worried that there's another one that's gonna do that. And that's a type of despair that I wish I could show neurotypical people, but not give the despair to them. I want there to be empathy, but not pain. Although pain and suffering are fairly effective teachers.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
That, my fine friends, is a 5-minute warning for the commercial break. We do take those around here. At the top of every hour, there will be a 3-minute timer up on the upper left-hand corner of the video display. When that reaches 0, I'm back at my desk, and we can pick up right where we left off. The commercial break will be over well and truly before you know it. I highly recommend everyone go and grab a stretch or do something else fun for that amount of time. I've talked about the free, easy ways to help the channel out, and of course, you guys doing that and being here with me is more than enough. But if you do feel like being financially generous for any reason, like you really like me or you like supporting my work and so on, I do have things I can do to give back to you. If you do that through Twitch, there are emotes and a whole litany of different things I can give you. If you do that through Patreon or Coffee, which is like 5 times cheaper, like 6 times cheaper, like you don't get the emotes, but you do get you are getting content that I'm editing. Basically between like stream sessions, I'm editing that and getting it all done. And hopefully I will have it ready for you guys this weekend. I don't think so. I'm just gonna knock him senseless. Wow, you really have to spin the stick to get a quick spin off, huh? Like I was saying, there are lots of different packages. You'll find all of this stuff for financial contributions or to, you know, help with your financial generosity. Below the video player, there's a Linktree link for that. On YouTube, there should be that same link at the bottom of the description. You'll just click to expand the description, zoom down to the bottom, and it should be right there. Easy as pie. I'll let you guys fiddle around with that and not, you know, push too hard for any of that. And that's really about it. I appreciate any financial generosity you do decide to hurl this way, because I know money is tight. That's why I structure everything the way I do, so that people don't have to spend money if they don't want to. Okay, so we have quite a few platforms. We're essentially going to be, like, going through a cave here. Shoot, I hope that's not going to be a problem. Might need to, like, do this. Like, quickly toggle and switch between these. Mr. Jason says, speaking of the My Nintendo Store bundles, my current favorite one is the Pokemon Legends Z to A Nintendo Switch 2 Edition Champions Choice Bundle. It comes with a Pokemon Legends Z to A mug, pin set, Mega Charizard Y figurine, Mega Charizard X figurine, Pokemon Legends Z to A umbrella, and cap. Wow, that is a lot of stuff available. I'm sure that is also not cheap, but my goodness, that is a lot of stuff on a collector's bundle. More, like, about the same as what you've shared before. Nice. Oh, you know what I could do is just recall this platform. There we go. Got it. Although it is $78.99 rather than the standard $58.99, that's really impressive. Speaking of, I look forward to future impressions after this commercial break. Thank you guys for hanging with me. I'm sorry about that. I am back. Hopefully everybody got something they wanted out of the commercial break. Let me go check on YouTube. Everything looks to be fine. Ezekiel 8285. I appreciate that. Let's see. Is there any more interesting? I'm thinking about what do I want to do here? Sorry, doing Twitch things. I'm gonna keep an eye on it right now. Hopefully you're doing well. Although, let's connect on Discord. Absolutely not. Most random people do not do that. So I am going to issue the ban. Sorry, I don't want to take risks. People don't usually advertise to join up randomly on Discords. That's usually a scam of some sort. Don't do that, guys. At least not without getting to know me first. Mr. Jason says, welcome back, Mr. Coin. Thank you. And to be completely honest, that's really good and probably entering into a steal territory. I agree. I agree. Yeah, that's a lot of stuff for 78.99 pounds. I believe that a general mug could be anywhere up to 15 pounds alone. General umbrella could be anywhere up to 30 pounds alone. And a general cap could be anywhere up to 20 pounds. And those are simply just guesses. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds about right given the cost of materials and everything. That's like what? I have to remember that it's not exactly double with the British pound compared to the dollar. It's like what, an extra $10-15? Yeah, that's about right. No, get back up here. I want the nice shiny, you know, like stone loot. Okay. I bet if I jump into this, I'm dying. I guess there ain't no secrets behind that lava fall, now is there? Mr. Jason says, and these technically are going to be collectible ones too. Right, so the price really should be quite a bit higher than that. I see that you like those stones. I can see that you really like those chips. Doc Rabbit. What? That is an old reference. If ever I saw it in like a different form. I know that wasn't what you were aiming for, Mr. Jason. It's just that's what your statement made me think of. This old Doc Rabbit and the whole chips. The dentist skip with the chips and everything. His voice has been memed too many times. I don't... Yep. I really gotta stop dunking Link in hot lava. He is gonna be completely blackened. Like a good old mahi-mahi blackened on the rocks. Really gotta stop doing that. Yes, up here, please and thank you. Gotcha, you little lizard. Oh, is there a fire? Oh, hello. A large sword, now decayed, issued to the royal family's guard. It's tuned for skilled users and yields a powerful flurry rush during a perfect dodge. I will get rid of that and grab this really interesting blade. That's a nice looking blade. If the handle weren't in fact, you know, metallic, I would almost consider that like a nice fantasy blade. You can confirm that the new client has given moderator to me, and so therefore has agreed to the internal TCC's internal TNCs, and there's really only one TNC. Right, yeah, although you do have more policies than rules. Makes sense. So sorry. I had spaghetti today, and I had cheese, and so my body is mutinying against me a little bit as a result of that. But I was also trying to, I don't know, actually make sure we appropriately use up the the spaghetti. Oh, nice. Used in ancient rituals, this item is made of heat-absorbing cloth that produces flame in high-temperature environments. Nice. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Now, what do we have here? There's like a tablet here and everything. Visitor from afar. Should your thirst for treasure remain unslaked, read on. I discovered the Tunic of Awakening in a strange land and have hidden it away. Solve my riddle to make it your own. On the Tabantha frontier, where Rain, Piper, and Tanagar meet, ruined pillars stand together. One of those mighty pillars opens the way to my treasure. Solve my riddle, find my treasure, and earn my respect. The Great Bandit Misko. The message from the bandit Misko said, on the Tabantha frontier where Rain, Piper, and Tanagar meet, ruined pillars stand together. One of them opens the way to the treasure. Interesting. I don't think we've completed it. Yeah, that sounds familiar, but I'm thinking, that would be me thinking of, like, over here. Piper, Tanagar. Wait, no, that is it. What? We've already done that. Well, actually, no, What? Didn't we already do this? Or is it like over here? Is it one of these? It might be one of these now that I think on it. I'm going to put a star here. We might have to take a little bit of a break and come out and see what all that's hanging on about. But I'm pretty sure we were there in an earlier episode. Mr. Jason says, well, it is not really true, Mr. Coin. Due to the professionalism of the TCC, we often joke that the TCC's main policy is no fun of any kind. Thank you. I mean, look, that's just corporate affairs for you. You're in a company. You're there to make money. You're not there to, you know, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, have a good time. Interesting. Okay, so methinks that perhaps who else decided to come? Nice. This might be one of those times where I need to get out through the use of Ascend. That might actually make more sense here. Let's see if I'm right. Oh, not great. Oh, and that could have been a severe error on my part. Also, we have yet to find the bubble frog, so we got to get back in there. Nope, wrong one. Right over here. Yeah, I could certainly see that being a policy. That reminds me of a couple of streams where it's, don't even think about it. You're supposed to be dancing on fire. 2, 3, 4. Bye. I hate that we have to kill him twice, but I mean, what am I supposed to do there? Alright, so methinks... Let's see, that gets under there. We definitely missed the bubble frog. The question is where? Since it has been declassified now, Mr. Coin, one of the reasons why Sadie got a position on the board in the TCC was because of the first ever SAQ result. That would make a lot of sense. Their first ever result was 30 out of 32 points, and their second one was the 25 out of 32 points, and you go on the higher result. Makes sense. That definitely makes sense. I have got... I just... I love baked Link. I love baking him. That's exactly what's happening. I'm having a bad time platforming today. I'm not being patient is what's happening. Alright, let's claw grip it up. Patience, Mr. Coin, patience. Jamie 2's score is also public knowledge, Mr. Coin. Do you want to know the second in command score? Sure. I hate this game. And 23.5 out of 32 points. So Sadie even beat them. That's good. I mean, his score is no less impressive, of course. That's not an easy test. We're gonna eat some ice fruit. Thank you very much. Yeah, not that. So methinks up there is probably where our friend the bubble frog is, if I had to guess. You can't take it. You have nice to a very nice area, Mr. Coin. But you're also just, you know, the executive chair. You don't need to take it. You know all your rules by heart. Yeah, plus, I was about to say, you made the test, you have the key, and it's in a special place. Of course that makes a lot of sense. Okay, this is not where it is whatsoever. I thought maybe there'd be a hole up here, but nope, no such thing. Alright. So, methinks maybe... Just gonna switch back to the opal rod. We're gonna get a lot of use out of this today. I could just feel it. Okay, let's lock in. Jamie also has access to that board, but he took the SAQ before he was granted access. Fair. Okay, so if I remember correctly, sorry if I'm not all that involved with the current conversation. I am like responding, you know, with some understanding, but I'm also trying to figure out where I went wrong with the bubble frog. Trying to find out like where that all is supposed to be. And the SAQ answers board would be a literal treasure trove to any staff member. The way to get a perfect 32 out of 32? Of course. I mean, yeah, like any college student would kill for an answer key like that. It's not that. Okay. There really aren't too many places there aren't any other places to go, video game. I might need to look this one up. I don't want to spend forever in here. We got other caves to check out. It's already been 2 hours. So what am I missing? I can see the... Wow, these have actually formed a pileup. That's funny. We have like a lava slab pileup right here. The pileup is so egregious that quite literally, none of the obsidian tiles can like be spawned until that happens. It's hilarious. It's like right there. There. That should be nice and orderly now. Okay, we're gonna climb around. I'm gonna trust that we find our friend the bubble frog somewhere along here. It's not gonna be anywhere. Oh, is it up here? It might be up here. Hang on. Hang on. Nope, that's not correct. Let's see. Mr. Jason says, in a general sense, to some people, the TCC would look dead because no one apart from basically us on the board and some other staff members posts. But that's the thing, Mr. Coin. You made it that way so no one needs the post. So moderation is super simple. Yeah, we operate a zero tolerance in general, and you've made the SBC similar. Hello, bear type. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind today, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a perplexing time. I am trying to get my eyeballs peeled on where this specific bubble frog is. We've already spent too long diving through. This is going to be the surface. Okay, what gives? Yeah, I do hope you enjoy your stay. How are things in your slice of terra firma, if and you don't mind my asking, Mr. Bear Type? I see Farron won. What a comeback. I mean, it's not over until the fat lady sings. It's not over until the opera is over. We still have about 8 hours, but the last time I checked, it's like Farron is winning by about 1 vote. This is prior to me tallying up all the bonus votes that you guys may get from being subscribers on Twitch or patron coffee members. That's just what the actual like percentages are showing everyone. It may turn out. So I guess 1, but I'm broke. No worries, Bear Type. Bonanza was too much. That's totally fair. I don't require that anyone pay in. I mean, to vote. The pay-in is only to enjoy an extra vote. More than anything else.
So it begins.
Thank you very much for the check-in, Mr. Bear Type. It's all good, Mr. Bear Type. Mr. Jason says, I'm very excited to see if Alex remembers to welcome the new client tomorrow. You don't mind giving the occasional reminder, though? Very well. Yeah, but usually Alex has been, like, on point about that, right? Like, I believe you gave them quite a bit of praise for that. Although I guess it's a second Discord now, so that could make things tougher. Mr. Jason then goes on to say, although I do want to emphasize that I should really be staying away from that. Well, let's have some faith in our in our Discord employees then, right? Nah, Alex is just in the TCC. Okay. Okay, that's what you're talking about. Fair enough. Okay, where the heck? All right, I guess I really do gotta go, you know, climbing around and looking for stuff then. This bubble frog has to be somewhere. But you know what? To go back to the vote item, I'm actually really happy that it's close. Because before it was kind of like, oh, well, once a couple people voted, you kind of knew how the votes were going to shake up. But I'm happy that more people are voting now. I worked really hard to make that feature of the channel and the community a worthwhile thing to vote on. Mr. Bear Type asks, what am I looking for right now? Oh, and then you go on to say, oh, a bubble frog? Yup, exactly. And then Mr. Jason says, oh, speaking of the SBC, Mr. Coin, you made a very interesting policy today. I saw, since we are the Society of Battle Connoisseurs, we require you to have at least 1 million Pokédollars in-game. The inflation has truly hit, you know, peak levels of hilarity. You're welcome to join this club, but we do eventually require you to have a minimum of 1 million Pokédollars. Yup. Mr. Bear Type says, and it's all worth it. I appreciate that, Mr. Bear Type. This looks like a big-ass cave. It is a big-ass cave. It's a humongo cave. And I don't... Although it's smaller on the inside than... I really feel like our bubble frog friend is behind here. But whatever. Like, I already crawled up there and it turned out to be nothing. Why is there another bottleneck literally right there? Okay. There can't be too much more. Did I go up in here and just never... Ah, yes. See that, guys? My lovely senators.
Gee, this is uplifting.
Yes. It took me 5 ever to find it. It's always that little spot. Exactly. Mr. Jason says that is because, Mr. Coin, the SBC are, to make sure the spoilers are as minimal as possible, a bunch of rich entitled people. Yeah, that tracks. That's fair. It's like the lads and lasses in like the other Pokemon titles, right? You know that if you beat them in a Pokemon battle, you're gonna get a lot of money off of them, right? Let me not do that. That blew huge horse chunks. But you know, we can finally move on to a new cave. Yeah, the lads and lasses are, in fact, some of my favorite people to fight in a Pokemon game for this reason, because you get like 200, 300 Pokédollars here or there, or you get 400 at late game. But all the Pokeballs are like anywhere between 200 to like 500. And the potions are hella expensive. But when you fight enough rich people, and you get their hard-earned money from them, you become set for life. Let's see. Did you say that you had? I believe that was something. I believe that was someone else. Going back and reading over the immediate messages, but I'm sure Mr. Bear Type will clarify that for you, Mr. Jason, when they get an opportunity. Welcome on in, Aylin. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind today, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time. We just finished clearing the cave, or one of the myriad of caves that are in this region. And boy, do the Eldin Mountains have a lot of caves. Aelin says, I wish that I got money for fighting people. It would be a better world if I mean, you can get money for fighting people. It's called boxing and wrestling, but I get what you mean. Like with battles, and you end up taking a portion of the proceeds at the end. I get it. In a more regularly accessible civilian way. Mr. Bear Type, you didn't do anything wrong. Mr. Jason just had a question. Mr. Jason, if you would repeat to Bear Type what your question was, please. Like, probably direct that at him, and he can take it from there. You did nothing wrong. I promise, Mr. Bear Type. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, the president and founder of the SBC, has enough Poke Dollars for 791 Ultra Balls. Yeah, that's a lot of money. And that is the maximum you can have, as you have 1,344,000 and 350,000. I'm sorry, 1,344,000 350 Poke Dollars. Wow. Okay, I'm glad what? Well, of course I'm going to take this hover bike, because this one has the seeds on it. Oh, also, have anything to say now? No, you're just going to talk about the same thing. Yes? No? Then if you don't want anything, can you leave me alone? Uh-huh. I've been in and out of that cave, man. You're not going to get any fireproof lizards today. You can move on. We'll see if we can't, ram some unfortunate souls on our way to the next couple of caves. Don't worry about that. Bear Type says switching hover bikes that are just there. Yes, I want the one with the bright bloom seeds on it, gosh darn it. Like, I thought that it would have dissipated out of existence. I guess I didn't trust that the hover bikes would remain in one place. We're gonna sit here a second and heal. Is he cleaning himself in the hot spring water? This reminds me of videos that I would watch occasionally where someone would describe some like rather backwater channels in a nation, and you would find people bathing in them. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, I can actually buy. I cannot read today. Hi, my name is Jared. I'm 19, and I never learned how to freaking read. Let's try that again. I can actually buy 1,582 Ultra Balls and still have 395,148 Poke Dollars. But then you would be breaking your own SBC policy. Makes sense. Yeah, that tracks. Mr. Bear Type says you got 2 more hearts from the last time you were here. You see? Yup. I went and did an exchange in this episode. And I'm probably going to do one again toward the end of today's episode. What's up, bud? You trying to get into this cave? I'm not one to stop, folks, but I'll tell you, it's boiling hot inside the cave. One wrong move and you'll be burned to a crisp. Mr. Bear Type asks, Coin, you said you play Souls games, right? I do. What's up, Mr. Bear Type? And while I'm waiting, burn to a crisp. The caves here have lava in them, so it's burning hot inside. You'll turn to dust unless you're a Goron. For Hylians like us, we have to do something extra to protect ourselves. Mixing fireproof lizards with monster parts to make fireproof elixirs, for example. I can't help out with the ingredients, but if you have them, feel free to use that pot over there to make what you need. Me, I'm completely drenched from top to bottom, so I won't be getting burnt anytime soon. Since you've got such great gear going on, you probably don't need an earful from me. Hey, buddy, you after rock roasts? There was someone asking about a rock roast earlier. Mr. Bear Type says, apparently you have Bloodborne. Awesome! Awesome, you got Bloodborne. That's a fantastic game. I wish I could play it. That's how much I want it. You think it's PS4 only and people have been begging to get a remake? Yeah. There have been like a few projects, like fan demakes or whatever. But, yeah, everyone keeps asking Sony for the... You know, when are they going to get around to reporting the game so that people don't have to buy a PS4 just to play it? Game. Because it's ridiculous. And they don't even... The thing is that Bloodborne has amazing visual fidelity. They don't even have to do that much port over to make it work. You just need to come up with a configuration for Xbox control... Xbox controllers, and that's complete. It'd be perfect. Mr. Jason says, I wish that I won the lottery IRL, Mr. Coin. You could fully embrace your true potential. You got to be careful with that, Mr. Jason. A lot of people that do go on to win the lottery, they end up becoming, like, crazed and addicted. Like having a lot of money really changes people, and not always for the better. Just putting that out there. And I do in fact know what you mean, Mr. Jason. You could then order hotel chocolate more frequently. I totally understandable. Everyone wants the luxuries. Everyone wants a nice cushy life. I totally get that. Mr. Bear Type says, yep. The I wish I could play it game. Exactly. It's the only Soulsborne outside of like Demon Souls that I've not played. I've played 1, 2, 3. I've played Sekiro. I've played Elden Ring. Like Bloodborne and Demon Souls are the only two I've not played. I will, and I know Demon Souls got a remaster, but that's quite a different, and that's without going into, like, Souls-like games, like, Liza P, Steel Rising, oh god, there's another one, I'm forgetting its name. I got the 2015 version and the 2023 version. I have both of them. And a couple of others. Mr. Bear Type asks, do you think you should play it without too much background? Let me read that again. Think I should play it without too much background on Souls games. So the nice thing about Bloodborne, Mr. Bear Type, is that it is a fully self-contained game. Like, yes, there might be occasional references to, like, Dark Souls titles, but if you're a connoisseur of all things Nintendo, you know what self-referential material looks like. Like having something that evokes Mario or, The Legend of Zelda or the Metroid franchise, all that stuff. The Easter egg type stuff. At most, Bloodborne has that. Easter eggs. It is a completely, like, lore-wise, a self-contained game. In terms... or play something else first. And not for story, but more about the experience. I'll say this. If you don't mind clunky controls and you want to just experience like the classic Souls experience, I would maybe probably play Dark Souls 3 first. But Bloodborne is like a much faster game. Like it has a higher reflex requirement. There are people that jump straight into Bloodborne and they're just fine. really, you can treat each game kind of like its own thing, with the exception of like the original 3 Dark Souls. And for that, I would say if you want better like player comforts, like you want better controls, you play 3. If you don't care about that, then play whichever one you like. And if you care about lore, start from the beginning. Bear Type asks, what about Yotai or Yote? Oh, the Ghosts of Yote. That is a Souls-like game, but it's got more open world adventure elements to it, from what I understand. It's not exactly the same. It's probably still difficult, but it's not the same experience. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Bear Type, those games are pretty straightforward. Get good or get wrecked. Too true. Too true. Those are definitely if you play a Souls-like game, you have to be willing to deal with frustration. You have to be willing to not bang your desk when you're angry, even though you could bang your desk and get angry. So if games frustrate you easily, or like you tend to be a bit slower on the reflexive uptake, you might be in for some frustration when you play a Soulsborne or a Souls-like. The difference between those is Soulsborne refers to the actual Souls games, and Souls-likes refer to things like Lies of P, Steel Rising, or games that are Souls-inspired but are under a functionally different IP, if that makes any kind of sense. And you do have Dark Souls 3, fair. Mr. Shiny says, my first Souls-like will be Bloodborne. Awesome. Good luck with that. I like the dynamic combat a lot. Yeah, it does have amazing dynamic combat. And also, I believe that would be a welcome back to you, Mr. Shiny. Nope. Or if my memory is going a little bit today, and I'm so sorry. Let me double check Twitch. I think I recall people being here earlier. No, that was a whole different person. Okay, yeah. Welcome on in, Mr. Shiny. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. Wait. God, my memory is going. I'm senile. I'm an idiot sandwich. Where is the soundboard right here? You think it's welcome back? You recall being here more than an hour ago? I do too. Yes. Yeah, I do. I am starting to remember now.
Not only are you incompetent, but shameless to boot.
Perfect redemption. Yes. Thank you for that. Oh man, my memory and my platforming skills are terrible today. But I trust things went smoothly with you, Mr. Shiny, and hopefully things weren't too pressing or too exhausting. And I'm glad that everyone is really getting to know one another as a whole group, as a community. I enjoy that. Mr. Jason says, duly noted, Mr. Coin.
Place the sorting hat on your head, and you will be sorted into your houses.
Got it. I'll make sure I stay in the extra 15 seconds for that. Worth any penny, or every penny, or channel point, indeed. I got angry the other day because the Pidgey won't shine for me in Pokemon Legends ZA, and you were getting bored of resetting the spawns. Yeah. So, like, things that are due to RNG, right? That's like a whole different can of worms. But, like, bosses being mechanically unfair to you, and not allowing you more than 1 point of attack in every, like, 30 seconds is a bad experience for most people. If that sort of thing frustrates you, I would stay away. That said, I would recommend watching people, you know, that play Dark Souls and Elden Ring and so on. They're always a fun watch. Doubly so, perhaps, if people rage out in non-destructive but amusing methods. Yes, rammed or get rammed. Let's see. Mr. Shiny says you've done... Yeah, that's right. You told me you were off to do your chores and stuff. You did all your chores as well as made yourself a nice supper with bananas, walnuts, and oat cereal. Breakfast for dinner, baby. That's a good time right there. I don't want to sleep. I want to have fun. It's time for a good time. I think that's how that song goes. Hey, buddy, you after rock roasts? There are some in there, but the path to them is collapsed. You have to be careful. Okay. We stared at Fico for entirely too long. So let's stop doing that and let's get to these what's burning? What's burning? Why is there steam coming off? Oh, I know why it's doing that, because I emerged out of the pool. I emerged out of the hot spring. Mr. Shiny says time is relative. Surely there's morning somewhere. Yeah, it'd probably be, for me, it's 3:45. You start getting out, you know, past the coasts of California, you'll definitely you'll definitely hit morning back over that way. And toward Asia, it'll most certainly be morning. Hello there, Alex Rowboat. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in just in time. We're exploring the many caves of the Eldin Mountains. Hopefully things are going well in your slice of planet Earth. And if you don't mind my asking, what is how much of the Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom have you played? Just out of curiosity, are you new to the game? Beaten it a couple times? 100%? Just curious. I always ask my audience what their level of experience with the game on the screen is. It can help guide conversations. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, at one point yesterday, you wanted to throw your Switch 2 Pro controller as you were getting really annoyed, but then you remembered everything around you is kind of expensive, like very expensive. You think the cheapest thing is £99 and the most expensive thing was £1,099? Yeah. Yep. Elden Ring, Dark Souls, Bloodborne, Lies of P, Steel Rising, any of them. Doesn't matter. Those are games to stay away from. For sure. If you even get the slightest urge to throw a controller. And trust me, I got a little bit of a secret. I'm gonna bring that secret right over right now. Just gonna switch things for a hot second. I have right here in my hand a roll of paper towels. Good for cleaning up monitors, messes, spills, and waste. But you know what else it's good for? It's good for chucking. I keep around things that I don't care if I chuck them. We got about another 15 seconds because it took me 15 to grab the hat, so I'll probably go for a little while longer on wearing it. Mr. Shiny says, not even Souls-like games. Precision platformers like Celeste can become nerve-wracking. Too true. Yeah, and platforming also frazzles me out pretty badly. I can handle it in Souls-like titles, but otherwise, your mileage varies. If the mechanics aren't bad, then I don't have a problem platforming. If platforming's like the whole name of the game and I have to be pixel perfect, yeah, I'm gonna get hopping mad. And I'm gonna sweat a whole bunch. I'm probably good to take this off now. Thank you so much for the redemption on that. And welcome on in again, Alex Rowboat. I believe that is the second time you've said hi. Well, what's up with you? Hopefully things are going well for you. I've already read that. Mr. Jason says, I mean, Mr. Coin. What's up, Mr. Jason? That clearly I feel like that's in response to me chucking the roll of paper towels for whatever reason. Which, I mean, is fair. But, I will literally go pick up that roll of paper towels and, like, throw it, like, 5-6 times. Rather than, like, chuck a controller. I did used to throw controllers as a younger child. I had anger issues growing up. Like, still kind of do in some respects, but I've gotten better about that as I've gotten older. Enough better that most Souls games really don't make me rage all that much. I know. An absolute masochist. I know. But platformers like particularly hard Super Mario spin-offs can't handle it. Mr. Jason says, at one point before they sold out, I wanted not one, not two, but three 92.99 pound Nintendo Switch 2 dock sets. One for downstairs, although you never used the spare Nintendo Switch dock downstairs when it was set up. One for a travel case, just in case that you take to your friends. And one for your PC desk, literally right next to your main Nintendo Switch 2 dock, just so that you could connect it to your PC monitor, just to experience the Nintendo Switch 2 Joy-Con mouse mode. Yeah, that's a pretty elaborate setup. Mr. Shiny says, I have a bunch of spare keyboards that don't work properly anymore. So when I get extra frustrated, I can release that frustration on a piece of useless equipment. Now that right there, my fine friends, is real dedication. Keeping around, like, just a spare keyboard to throw around. I have to wonder how that stacks up to, like, you guys probably know the chaps I'm talking about on YouTube. You know, it's these content creators that keep mannequins around, right? Like actual mannequin dummies. I see you over there, Mr. Bubble Frog. Gotcha. Let's we're gonna have to make more platforms. Come on, Buttons, I need you to work for me. Good. Flying caps are super satisfying to watch. Yeah, it's like if people aren't being super destructive, the rages can be quite funny. As soon as people start banging their desk and having flying keyboard caps everywhere, and, you know, people punch a monitor or break a camera or start screaming, the rage is still funny, but I'm, like, cringing internally. Mr. Bear Type says, better be some $5, you know, some $5 keyboards that are being thrown around. Yeah, I know. I mean, my keyboard, I have one expensive, you know, oh, what are those kind of keyboards called? I have a SteelSeries keyboard that glows with random, like, colors and stuff. And I have a cheap on-brand keyboard. And the on-brand keyboard is, like, $10? Serves me just well. Both the keyboards work great. I don't need my keyboard to glow at night or anything. I don't know. I don't know what the deal is with people getting the glowing keyboards. Do people just think the glowing keyboards are cool or something? I'm really not 100% sure. But yeah, the broken equipment being kept around is some good dedication. That's dang it. That's you knowing yourself. God, I wish I would have kept a broken keyboard or something else around and, you know, not break $30, $60 controllers. It's every so often. Now it's rare for me to throw my controller. I've only done it a handful of times. But when it has happened, you know, it has happened. Just gonna put that over there, and I'm gonna hope that rock roast doesn't disappear somewhere. Oh, wait a sec. Hold on, I didn't even check this. Oh no, we did do this. We found the hydrants and everything. Oops. All right. Mr. Bear Type says, you got a SteelSeries headset? Nice. And I'm pretty sure I missed another one. Mine isn't really $5, but it is a great deal. That is the important part, is that it's a cheap keyboard. Mr. Bear Type says, my keyboard got a huge screen. That's like a keycap in the size, but better than nothing. I mean, yeah, the important thing is that it's functional and durable.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
That, my fine friends, is the 5-minute warning for the commercial breaks. We've already done all the shilling. We're good to go on that front. So I really do appreciate everyone putting up with that. You guys know the spiel by now. We do take 3-minute commercial breaks around here.
This is revenge, you witch. And you ghoul.
My goodness. I wonder how much this rock roast is gonna be weighed down by, or how much we're gonna be weighed down by this rock roast. I have no idea. But like I was saying, we do take 3-minute commercial breaks at the top of the hour. There's a timer and everything. It'll be right above my head, you know, and once that timer hits 0, you know, the commercial break will really be over. It'll be over before you know it. Promise. Okay. Let me make sure I've caught up on all the messages. Aelin says, okay, I'm back. What did I miss? You missed like a good portion of one cave. I did not make incredibly good progress while you were gone. I'm trying to think if there was anything else outside of that. And I guess we started talking about raging at video games and like breaking controllers and stuff. Mr. Shiny says, it's like skins for characters you like. Makes it that much more premium, if that makes sense. Yeah, I could totally get that. Because you know, it's something valuable and something precious, and it's flying across the screen or other things. Mr. Jason says that it's nighttime in Pokemon Legends Z to A, Mr. Coin. I know what that means. Time to enter a battle zone to wreck lots of trainers. Bear Top says, Bear Type, good God, I cannot talk today. I'm worse than Jared who can't read. I'm Zach who can't talk. I don't know. Huge progress has been done. I mean, huge progress overall, but I definitely could be I could be going faster, definitely. And then Aelin asks, you ever play Getting Over It? I've heard about it, but no. It's funny to watch, though. Oh, God, people get so upset at such simple controls that are so bad it's not funny. And the same is true for going up. I've seen people play going up, but I have not played it. Oh, sir, that rock roast there. Could I have it? If you give it to me, I'll whip up our special dish just for you. Here you go. I can't eat rock roast anyway. Wonderful. Thank you so much. To show you my gratitude, here's the special dish I promised.
Gee, this is uplifting.
All that effort for a seared gourmet steak. He's a cook. What did I expect?
Did you not realize I was merely being polite? Oh, you provincials never cease to amaze.
I'll say it really does feel like I'm getting burned by Celibus right now. Aelin says you'd be getting over it in 8 minutes. Impressive, especially considering how difficult that game was. I don't have enough rock roast. Bring me more and I'll whip you up something nice. Oh, so I guess if I bring in meat, like the rock roasts, I get seared gourmet steaks. Mr. Birdtype says, hell yeah, worth every second of it. Said no one ever while doing this. Indeed. Mr. Jason says I did pretty good in one battle. This trainer got their Hippowdon to use Roar, which shoved Embor back. But that's fine as you use close combat, and so your Embor just went back in, and for Aelin, Aelin rammed the bitch. Yup. Explosive. Well, we'll get to some explosions after the commercial break. See you guys then. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. Let's see. Any missed messages? Nope. Not on YouTube. And then, okay, on Twitch, Aelin says, "Yay! Extending my legacy beyond Tears of the Kingdom. You know, one ramming at a time." My God. We're really gonna... I'm gonna start calling that the Aelin Special because of how, like, iconic that is for you. Mr. Shiny says, "My personal theory is that content creators are deliberately failing at certain moments of getting over it and other games so they can fake rage for content." Oh yes, that is absolutely happening, Mr. Shiny. Mark, you can bet your bottom dollar, because if there's one... There are two things. There are 2 or 3 things that make clicks, views, and money. Number 1, rage bait. Any kind of rage bait. Doesn't matter. If it's like genuine rage bait and like people are trying to prove a point, or fake rage bait like the one you're describing. Number 2, misery. People like love clicking on clips and videos and articles containing someone's like personal suffering, whether it's to relate to it or to just understand more about it, or, you know, the few people that are actual real sadists and want to laugh at it. That type of stuff also generates clicks, views, and money. Last one, and this one's the most important one, controversy. If you have a huge L take that develops a big ratio and you don't get so ratioed that you get canceled, guess what? You've probably made a good bit of money just from having the weird L take with the ratio on it. Like the outlandish things are the things that are generating clicks, views, and money. All I have to say is the portmanteau word book talk. And you guys will understand what I mean when I say salacious content that is there specifically to bait people, or, you know, get people to do something else for clicks and views and likes and shares and stuff. Mr. Shiny says, "I'm on a nice streak." Yeah, it's a nice watch streak. Yeah, did you guys know that if you continue watching the channel, you get more channel points? It's a lot of... I don't like advertising that because it encourages people to lock in on one content creator instead of watching what they want, but it's true. There are lots of things you can do to get extra channel points, and that's one of them. Mr. Jason says, "I totally agree with you, Mr. Shiny. Some content creators are most definitely genuine, though. My friend Saramu Games is amazing, but it's just kind of bad," which is totally valid. You've even made the disclaimer, the command disclaimer 1, that when typed in the chat says disclaimer, all of Saramu's deaths or soft locks are authentic. We, the mods, sometimes wish this was only for content. Yes, throwing for content, right? Everyone's heard the phrase throwing for content. Some people genuinely can't do that, and that's fine. And some people are absolutely throwing for content just to get views. The throwing to get views is sad. And it's so ironic now that people even joke about it. You gave Chef Cook, ironic and the real punny, a rock roast, and he gave you seared gourmet steak, his special dish. He said because they are always running low on rock roast, he's willing to take more from you, his new supplier, from now on. Enjoy. That is the only rock roast I will be turning in, good sir. And now we're going to go find the... Oh. We need to go into the East restaurant cave real quick, because there is a bubble frog I love these like big bulky Gorons getting so scared of device like flashed in front of them. I really don't get the irrational fear, but then again, this game is anything but rational, eh? Let's fly on over into this cave and get the bubble frog while we're here. Right in here. We were in here for like a moment, and then that was basically it. Now that we don't have, now that we actually have armor to explore, we should be good to go. Mr. Shiny says, oh yeah, the last type of easy content, I've seen content creators who throw around takes that are complete opposite of what's a popular opinion. As much as you don't like contrarians, they exist and do well. And, like... I have no problem playing devil's advocate, right? Like, that's something I'm more than capable of doing. There's a difference between, you know, challenging someone's assertion by saying, well, why do you think this way? Why is this other method of thinking not correct? Or why is it wrong? Right? Right, that's not gonna work. I have to figure out what else to do here. And this also has regular old rock roast. Oh, there are quite a few things I didn't notice back here. One of them is like this over here. I see. That was how we were going to, that's how we were going to break through. Like, I hope there's like something else we could, maybe, perhaps, find while we're here. Let's see. Nope. No, thank you. Not interested. Yunobo, would you like to maybe come on out? Oh, we're standing when we do this? Alright, hang on. I have to get real cute about this. Alright, let's summon them in here. There we go. Yeah, there's a difference between being an actual contrarian who's arguing in good faith and a contrarian that is just there for views. Mr. Jason says, I've always been pretty reserved on who you follow, Mr. Coin, because some content creators can be super nice, but then are found out to be scammers. Who I mean, what? I'm not following the LYK. That might be if you know who I mean. I'm definitely a little bit too old for the cool kids club on that one. Yeah, I'm fairly aware. One of the examples that I could probably point out is a man by the name of Tyrannicon. If you guys watch Skyrim content, you probably know about this infamous man. I think we have to find I think I have to put a rocket out and do it that way. Or what I can do, well, it won't be the problem is it's sled. Oh, we could just use a cannon. We could literally just use a cannon. Nice. All right. The completionist. Yeah, I mean that guy is also another example of someone who has no problem being contrarian. Although lately the guy just puts his foot in his mouth. Quite frankly, I'm surprised after the whole literally scamming his audience out of donation money for his own foundation that he and his family like set up to help in memory of the completionist mom. Like, I'm really surprised he went to court and like faced justice over this. I'm really surprised that he's still running around. I guess I shouldn't be, right? Justice seems to be in short supply these days, but still, it's gross. Aelin says, same. I basically only use Twitch for you during the week and this Finnish guy in the weekends. Valid. Yeah, Tyrannicon, he doesn't scam his audience, but he definitely makes rage bait content. He's acknowledged it multiple times on like VODs of streams that I have caught in the past of, well, this is the only videos of mine that make any views are the ones where I get mad, so he gets mad and it generates views. The only other things of his that generate any sort of views are like the Elden Ring NPC battle videos, and even then that only generates but so much income at a time. It's I would feel sorry for the guy, but he's also a racist. He's expressed racist and sexist views on his streams before, so I cannot in good conscience be too upset about that. Mr. Shiny says that now that was a canon event. Eight jokes today so far. We started at 16 today, and we've added 16. No, that would be 10 jokes. I can't math. First we learned coin can't read, then we learned coin can't talk, and now my math skills are diminishing. I'm getting old, everybody.
Useless flesh.
That's not true. I'm jesting in all seriousness. I'm 33. I'm not old. I'm aging, for sure. I'm aging, but I'm not old. And I'm not necessarily middle-aged either. Who the heck is that? Oh, is that Kilton or Keaton? It might be Keaton. Let's take a closer look. I hope he's okay. Kilton, I had it right the first time. You there, traveler. Do you have business in the cave? You look like a bit of a beach bum, my dude. I've never seen him out of the cart before. He just has a tank top on, or it's like a old like pirate type shirt shtick going on here. Do you have business in this cave by any chance? I'm sorry to say, but right now it's Big Brother. What? What? He has relations? What? I'm sorry, I was in stun lock for like 10 seconds. Hey, you know what the bubble gems are for? I get the feeling I'm about to learn real quick what that's for. Mr. Shiny says, you finally found a place to make use of all those bubble gems. Colton, it's no use. Take this. If you know, you know. Colton, please, it's impossible, absurd even, to try to turn yourself into a legendary creature, a Satori no less. Absurd. You should be working on the monster collection with me instead of chasing a silly dream like Don't tell people their dreams are silly. That's your mess up right there. That was the perfect time to whip that one out. Oh, Steve Carell, never change, please. For the love of God, don't change. I will never give up, Kilton. I've always wanted to be a Satori. I will be a Satori.
Too bad you're not double jointed. Because if you were, you'd be able to bend over and kiss your ass goodbye.
You know what? It pulled that one, and that was a good one for it to pull. Mr. Jason says, random fact, Mr. Coin. There are only 2 Pokemon games you've not completed. Pokemon Go, and Pikachu, and Pokemon Let's Go Eevee. And, you're listing both as part of the same game. And Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. The former is because you eventually got bored of only getting XP by catching Pokemon, and the latter is because they are Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. Yeah, you've told me how bad the experience is. Aelin says, I had a dream where I was playing basketball in space with Bugs Bunny and Mickey Mouse, so I guess that one's silly. That is a silly dream, sure, but it's not so silly. It's definitely not sillier than turning yourself into a spirit animal. At least you can you can find the Disney and, oh God. It's not Acme. What's the name of the franchise? It's not Cartoon Network. I'm messing it up already. But you could totally find a place where those things cross over and get your dream accomplished. This man is probably never getting his dream accomplished. Mr. Shiny says, oh, Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. Just play Platinum for the love of Arceus. Aelin says, oh, you'll see how silly his dream is. I get the feeling I have no choice now. I do not care what it takes. All I need to do is get my fingers on a bubble gem. Then I'm sure to turn into a Satori. And the rumors are true. There's a creature in the cave called the Bubble Frog, and it glows just like a Satori. I didn't think it would be up so high on the wall or run about all nimbly-bimbly like that. In that case, little brother, why not get someone to help you catch a Bubble Frog? I like how Kilton is leaning into this. Yes. Do you remember all that treasure you collected? You could offer that in trade. The hunt for bubble gems. Colton dreams of becoming a legendary creature known as a Satori. He says he needs a bubble gem in order to achieve this dream. Strange creatures known as bubble frogs can be found in caves all over the world and have been known to drop these items when weakened. Traveler, did you hear me and my big brother talking? If I'm going to make my dream come true, I must get my fingers on a bubble gem. But the bubble frog is so very nimbly-bimbly and hard to catch. You want to hear about my dream? Yes, the Satori is known as the Lord of the Mountain. That is true. I believe we bumped into him into a Satori pretty early on. We've also heard a couple of legends relating to the Satori and cherry trees as well. Well, it's simple, really. I dream of becoming a Satori. You know, the creature of myth. Satori are legendary creatures that have been spotted all over Hyrule. Piercing eyes, bluish-white fur. Ooh, how I've admired them since I was a wee Colton. And then I read these ancient texts and they told me how to transform myself. Transform me, the Dragonborn, Colton, into a Satori. For it to work, I must find a bubble frog, a strange creature that loves dark caves and glows bluish white like a satori. Then I have to collect a bubble gem, which is a bauble that bubble frogs drop when they're feeling weak. That's why I chased after the bubble frog lurking in the cave. I wanted to get my fingers on that gem. But who knew a bubble frog could gambol about like that? So nimbly bimbly. I want to be... This guy's like a child to me. He's acting so strange. Mr. Shiny says Satori... Oh, nope, I already read that. Mr. Jason says... Mr. Coin, the Satori is also a reference to the late but great Satoru Iwata. Yep. That does check out and make a lot of sense. It feels like a portmanteau of his two names. I will be a Satori. I'll do whatever it takes. I'm sorry. But that is my wish and my dream and my reason for doing such things. Iwata and Reggie era was the peak of Nintendo. Yeah, I'll say I want to go back to that era. And not whatever hellscape we have now with the virtual memory card, or virtual game cards, and the $500 consoles, and the money-hungry CEOs, you know, suing Power World, and, you know, threatening to tear up gaming with their content patents. That I will definitely do anything to go back to that time. I'll even time travel if that's what I have to do. So if you get a hold of a bubble gem, please give it to me. I'll give you a treasure in trade, I swear. That's a bubble gem. Colton, is it the real thing? That perfect shape and the faint blue glow. It's a real bubble gem, real as can be. You did it. Now I can transform into a Satori, just like the ones I adore. Thank you so very much. Please take this gifty in return. Ah, a better way to purchase to get these masks. Kilton's handmade bokoblin headgear. It's almost charming in a cute, monstrous kind of way. Equip it to blend in with bokoblins. See, I collect all sorts of monstrous treasure. That is, monster parts and goods that make you look like a monster. The mask I gave you was made to look just like a bokoblin, so much so that even a bokoblin would take you for one. By all means, do try it on. Then you will see what it's like to have the body and the heart of a bokoblin. At last, the time has come. Time to gobble down the bubble gem. Cheers, and bottoms up. My body, it isn't changing, but I do feel a strange sensation washing over me. It can only mean one thing. I'm on my way to becoming a Satori, and that means more. I need more of them. And I can't just gobble them up one at a time. No, that'll never work. I must collect lots and lots and eat them all at once. And to do that, Kilton, big brother, I have decided to set up a squeeze. Yes, I feel like I'm going insane. Thanks for that. I have decided to set out on a journey to collect bubble gems. I see. Well, it seems you've made up your mind. That being the case, you have my complete support. Wow, real big bro energy. You know, I can't. That's a supportive big bro. You know, not letting his little bro's dreams be dreams. Or letting his dreams be memes. However that goes. I hope you collect as many bubble gems as you need. Big brother, thank you. Traveler, I'm grateful for your help, but I'm...
Sleep tight.
About to head out the door, Alan. Or was that just a funny redemption? I believe that is pink, so it should be a funny redemption, but sometimes I've had people use those to emote certain things in here before. I'm grateful for your journey, but I've decided to set out on a journey to collect bubble gems. Next time you get your fingers on a bubble gem, please do give it to me. If you do, I'll trade you a gifty from my collection of treasures for it. And with that, I hope we meet again sometime, somewhere. The hunt for bubble gems is assuredly not over. But are they gone? Oh, off he goes. I do hope he's able to make his dream come true. Yeah, very, very well, Alan. Farewell, and remember, ram the bitches. I will do my best, Alan. Do rest well and be well, my lovely senator. I hope to see you again sooner rather than later, of course. But if not, if I don't see you again for any reason, do take care of yourself and stay safe out there. And with that, Mr. Jason says, random fact, Mr. Coin, as you know, ice is weak to fire in Pokemon. But, Mr. Coin, I have taught my Obama Snow water pulse to counter them. Well, Obama Snow is Obama Snow. There we go. I got the right inflection there. Isn't it an ice ground type? So doesn't it have, like some protection against fire type moves? Aren't they like normal effectiveness? It's ice grass, not ice ground. Never mind. That's quad weak. Yeah, water pulse does help with that. Now I have to be on my way as well. I'll be making the journey to Terrytown and Akala. But dear traveler, thank you so much for helping my little brother. And though I hate to impose, I do hope that during your travels, you'll find time to assist him further. I will keep my ears wide open for news of my brother's whereabouts, so visit me in Terrytown if you need help finding him. Yes, I'll be going now. Colton has taken his stall and set out on a journey to find something called bubble gems. Travel around Hyrule and see if you can find him. His older brother Kilton has settled down in Terrytown and may have an idea of where Colton is. Also, there was the... Where did I see it? You gave Colton a bubble gem, and he gave you a reward as thanks. Colton has taken his stall and set out on a journey to collect bubble gems in hopes of fulfilling his dream to become a Satori. And then Mr. Jason says, I can assure you that Mr. Coin will indeed help your brother, but he'll tarry for a while longer. Yes. I am definitely going to be taking my sweet time with that quest, seeing as how we are way behind schedule on the cave systems, you know, here in the Eldin mountain ranges. Like, way behind schedule. Just wait for a full battery, and it flies straight and true. So we have we've collected 78 total bubble gems, which is nice. No, it winked out really fast. But I can't have counters for everything on the screen. I've thought about, you know, adding this counter and that counter, but not only would I have to like not only would the hotkeys start getting crazy in terms of like what I would have to manage to make that work, but also I don't want to overpopulate the screen with counters, and I think everyone will agree that that's probably for the best that we don't do that. Let us just make sure. Oh, no, we already got that cave. I'm looking at one that I didn't need to look at. I guess that we can't count on you adding more. That is getting a forced laugh for sure. If I can ever get a cleaner version of that forced laugh from Titus, I'll do it. The issue is trying to like get the music out of the Final Fantasy X clip. I don't have the mixing skills to make that work with Audacity. I really don't. I've tried, much to my chagrin, to make that work. If I do ever get that cleaner, then I could see that one there, and this one's right up here. I will be replacing that forced laugh with like a more crisp one. Although I don't know. I really don't think people like the air mic quality to that laugh? I kind of don't think so. Or maybe the more accurate opinion is I don't quite care about it, which is also totally fine. But mixing audio is hard. And I am never going to be anything more than a novice about it. Probably. There's that one there. Is it that one right there? Yeah, it's this clump of trees. Is there... It's hard to tell on the map. There's no like clear topological there's no consistent topological giveaway I can use for that. I just kind of have to look around, and if I know, I know. And the last one is right over here. Yeah, okay. It's like sometimes there's no seam on the terrain, and that's how I tell. And sometimes there is no tell. Mr. Jason says, no need to rush. This one will tide us over until you get to a cleaner version. Indeed. Just trying to avoid wearing any of the sounds out. I probably should sit down this weekend and spend some time getting those, finding a few more applause sound effects to use too. Plus, it'll make any editing I do for Outward all that much more worthwhile. Because I do toss the occasional meme in my long form content. I have 20 episodes of, Dragon Quest XI to confirm that. Really? It's just these two holes? Are they part of the same cave system? I guess we're gonna find out, huh? I hope everyone has enjoyed the gameplay and the... I'm sorry, what? I got smacked by my own cart, or my own, bike. And then I had to basically go over and pull it out of the water anyway. Sadness. Alright, let's put that there while we keep it moving. Oh, this one's actually not hot. Okay. I always appreciate when the caves aren't actually hot. Let's go. Yeah, oh man. But mixing audio and like doing some of the smaller detailed things for the streams is usually a good time. I get to learn things about, how the audio software works. I get to learn about... I'm always learning the little things that go along with the bigger projects I'm doing. And I am a creature that loves to learn. Just gonna sit here a second and soak in the heat. But also we probably need to go to the depths so we can get to the Coliseum. Because we're starting to run low on time today. Or we are running quite low on time. I see you over there, Mr. Bubble Frog. Nice. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, the SBC's president just made 161,925 Poke dollars in the latest battle zone. Nice. Nice. Now, is that a particularly high haul of money? Or is it not quite that high, but is still impressive nonetheless? Just curious, of course. Okay, we got the bubble gem, but I don't think that's all that, well, okay, we're about to get the bubble gem. That's the Lake Verona Cave. But there was also a second hole we could fly into. Or maybe it's one of those you ascend into it. I guess we're going to find that out as well. Mr. Jason says, that is about average. The most you've ever made is 240,750 Poke dollars. Yeah, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. I don't think I've ever seen that much money in a Pokemon game ever at all in my own lifetime. What? Oh, it literally is just two cave entrances in the same place. Weird, but it could be worse. And that means, yeah, but that's weird. Mr. Jason says, I really like Ascend, Mr. Coin. It just works on many levels. It does. Up, down, up multiple floors. It really does work. We're very close to doubling the joke counter. We're very close to having doubled it since well, I doubling it additively speaking, of course. It just happens that doubling something and then adding a multiple of itself to something else works out to be about the same in the regular algebraic like space. Oh boy, for those of you that are math enthusiasts, wait until you get to Lie algebras or like other algebraic ring systems, and people are like, since when did algebra get a ring system? It's always had it. It's just it was never classed that way before. Hello. Oh, this must be the monster den that that some of these that some of the survey team were talking about, as well as our partner Penn. Princess Zelda has given the order, so here we go, Sango. It won't be scary if we both go together all at once on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Huh? Sango, why didn't you go? You didn't move either, Drant. What's going on? You guys spook so easy, it's not funny. What? Oh, it's you. I thought it was a monster. We're trying to conduct research on the monsters holed up in this cave. But look at us. We're hardly geared up to deal with any threats. We can't bring ourselves to go in there. Our research is at a standstill. Thank you. Mr. Shiny says, you think you'll be going? Have a nice end of stream. Thank you so much for stopping by, Mr. Shiny. I really appreciate the company. Hopefully you rest well and be well. Do take care of yourself out there. And, I hope to see you back sooner rather than later. But if not, do stay safe. And I hope to see you next time. Okay. That is, luckily you are a moderator, but that is a lot of messages in caps all at once. Congratulations on catching a shiny Pidgey. I know that was not easy to do, Mr. Jason. Welcome back, Boyo. Good to see you again. You're coming in on the end of the stream, and I am nowhere near the target location for the thumbnail. I have messed up. We've taken too much time, and I've been too much of a chatterbox today. Princess Zelda sent out very specific directions for us on the survey team, and it's this, word for word. We will only find our future if we chart a new course, leaving the safety of indoor study for exploration in the wild. So prepare your mind and body, and then explore in underpants. I know Princess Zelda wants us to do it this way, but we're really only members of the survey team. It's scary enough to deal with monsters with equipment, but without any? If only someone could do this, show us how it's done. Well, then we could try to do it without gear too. We'll try. Are you serious? You'll need to go in wearing as little as we are. You sure about this? Now then, I'll hold on to your other clothes and any equipment you may have. Oh my god, this is another Eventide challenge. We're naked. We're naked, everybody. Link is gonna be wearing nothing but trousers. And a prosthetic arm. Just give me a shout when you want your equipment back. We'll hold back and learn your methods from a distance. We're just not confident in this whole physical side of this. You found members of the Zonai survey team at the entrance to the Foothill Monster Den wearing only their underpants. They said they couldn't defeat the monsters inside dressed like that. You agreed to show them how it's done, so you'll need to defeat the monsters in the cave wearing only your underpants. Oh boy, I might have to lock in. Also, they really didn't quite take all of our gear because we still have our powers. I'm gonna lock in a second, but hopefully, you know, things have gone smoothly for everybody. Especially in, you know, the more dangerous parts of the world. As of today. Toasty Sun Shroom. It's always a good idea to keep a fully roasted sun shroom or two on hand just in case. Eat it to recover a bit of health. We can, like, give ourselves a bit of extra oomph by, if I'm just careful enough, and I sneak really, really slowly, we won't have a combat situation on our hands. Dang it. Okay, I need to move quick now. Nope. Yeah, we really gotta use all the stuff we have on hand. Sure, go ahead and throw him. You do that and see what that gets you. We probably need to, like, use a rock. Let's do that. Okay, switch. Just take that. Ah, so the rest of the HP is all you. You lived up to the promise you made to the Zone Ice survey team members outside of the Foothill Monster Den and defeated all the monsters while wearing only your underpants. Report back to them at the cave's entrance. Well, that took less time than I would have thought. Ah, yes. I'm glad you typed that. I have lots of commands available. You know, on Firebot, for the most part. Toasty Stamella Shroom. This toasted Stamella Shroom doesn't grant any special effects, but will restore a bit of health. I hope we get to keep the meat we've gathered, if nothing else. Yeah, I have a lot of them. There are some that are kind of like... I think I have it set up so it doesn't show you the commands that don't work. But I have like 2 to 3 pages of commands based on the previous games that have been played. So that Firebot listing is there for just to show all of those commands. All right, boys. Wow, you survived. I actually beat them. What? You really defeated the monsters wearing only your underpants? I'm going to tell the other members of the team about your stunning work here. Please join us back at Foothill Stable. You gonna give him my gear back? Thank you. Okay, then I'll return the gear that I was holding for you. Oh. We'll head back to Foothill Stable and wait for you there. Thanks. You defeated the cave monsters wearing only your underpants and reported back to the Zone Ice survey team members at the entrance. They've asked you to return to Foothill Stable, where they plan on telling everyone there about your great accomplishment. But first, before we do any of that, before we think about doing any of that, we're gonna put an explosion in. Just take care of that. Grab ourselves another bubble gem while we're here. And then I think after that, we'll jump into a chasm. And we'll find... I have a good idea of where the Coliseum is. And we'll go from there. Did I see the message, Mr. Coin? I might not have. Hang on. Yep, I just now saw it. Now to catch your shiny alpha Pidgey. Good luck with that, Mr. Jason. Because you're rolling odds getting a shiny already. Now finding that on an alpha is you're running with multiplicative probability, and generally speaking, if 2 probable events are independent, which they are, the chance of finding a shiny should be independent from your chance at finding an alpha. The general rule of thumb is, for independent events, that multiplicative probability gets smaller as you increase the conditions for what you require in an event, or, you know, what you require to meet the conditions of your sample space. Which I think makes sense. You know, if you're wanting something to happen and it requires, you're looking for 2, 3, 4, 5 things in the Discord, or 2, 3, 4, 5 things, you know, in the game, you should expect your odds of that to be way down. Boyo asks, why is there no general chat in your Discord? There is a general chat. It's called the Roundtable Hold. I gave it a name. Let me make sure I'm giving you the right one. Oh God, I hope people haven't been avoiding the chat because it's not named general chat. I would feel really bad about that. No, of course I punch in the password wrong. Come on, fingers, I need you to work with me. Yeah, under the general hangouts, it's called Round Table Hold. Yep, I just don't label it as general chat. The Discord has like a light to moderate Elden Ring theming to it. You're very welcome, boyo, anytime. Mr. Jason says, to be honest, Mr. Coin, I'm more than satisfied with the shiny Pidgey. Fair. That's already hard enough to get. That not so common bird has been evading me since Pokemon Red and Blue. Isn't it like all over the place? It's supposed to be based on a pigeon, right? It's supposed to be available on like every beginning route in every Pokemon game ever. Like Pidgey is one of the ones that survived the chopping. So to speak. You'd think... Yeah, it definitely sounds like I think, but it's wrong. Like, it's actually not quite so common. Oh, right. Wait, what? I'm sorry, what? Oh, yeah. Oh, God. All right. We might as well go back to the thing, and then I'll go into the depths, and we'll grab the Coliseum. I've got a pretty good idea of where it is. And, of course, if you guys want to spoil yourselves and, you know, find out where that is for yourselves, you're more than welcome to do that at using the command TOTK MAP, exclamation mark TOTK MAP. That'll get you the object map. I believe Boyo demonstrated it earlier for us. And for you guys on YouTube, I have a bot going out with the commands. They're almost exactly the same. You just replace them with an exclamation mark. That's really about the only difference. Here, little doggies. Well, good work finding them. Okay, here now. You're not walking around in nothing but undershorts. Ah, you must be a traveler, so you're not going to believe this. There's a group of guys in their skivvies hanging out at Foothill Stable, which is where I work. Just guys in their undershorts, everywhere you look. It's the worst. That's why I'm here looking after some doggies. I'm doing some self-care, you know? That's right, these little guys. Aren't they the cutest? Who likes the good boofer? I love these little boofers. They're the best. But they're not just cute. Oh, no. They also have this amazing ability. Their incredible sense of smell can lead you to treasure. But they won't do that for just anybody. You have to show them lots of love first, you know, befriend and feed them. But they'll repay that love by showing you the most amazing things. I'll look at him on his belly. He's so cute. I do love dogs. I am more of a dog person than a cat person. I like cats too, but I prefer dogs. That was very short-sighted of them. I can wear clothes soon. Oh great, you came. Everyone, this is the one who did our survey team a great service, defeating the monsters in just his underpants. Incredible. Please tell us how this is actually done. Excuse me. What's all this with wearing only underpants? Oh, sorry, I guess you haven't heard Princess Zelda's order for all of us on the survey team yet. She said we had to leave the comfort of studying indoors. She ended with these words, so prepare your mind and body, and then explore in underpants. No, I got the order too. That's why I'm all the way out here doing research. But what Princess really said was this. So prepare your mind and body, and then explore all other paths. All other paths? In only underpants? Explore in underpants? Hold on. Explore in underpants. Okay, I thought there was like a weird wordplay they were doing. No. Not what you guys thought. What's that? Then all this time we spent doing our survey research in our underpants was a total waste of time. Yup. Well, not entirely. Princess Zelda did say to strengthen our mind and body, and to go outside to push ourselves, to excel like never before. Is that not the spirit of what we were trying to do? Mr. Jason says, I'm heading off, Mr. Coin. It's been a pleasure again. You're very welcome, Mr. Jason. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. I really, really, truly appreciate it. Do stay safe and do take care of yourself, my lovely senator. You know, I hope to see you around sooner rather than later. But if I don't see you again for whatever reason, take care of yourself out there. And with that, I'm pushing to try to end the stream as soon as I humanly can, because we are going overtime as is. We've been really bad with that this week. Our methods as researchers have been truly tested. Come on, let's return to our work and keep this high standard forever. In clothes, please? For the love of the goddess Hylia above and everything that is sacred and golden and triangular? I jest on that last part. I see. So the chirps and warbles that started us off here really paid off in the end. What a story! The team here botched the listening part and went overboard with the doing part. Still, that's commitment. Well, one thing's for sure, Princess Zelda really is a top-notch leader. What a powerful inspiration she is. We've worked together to chase 6 of the stories related to Princess Zelda. Getting to the bottom of a mystery will no doubt improve your reputation. Tracy will be happy to hear about your efforts. Go on and add this to your nest egg partner. With that, I'll take wing. This story isn't going to write itself after all. Bye-bye. When you return to Foothill Stable and talk to the Zonai survey team, you'll learn that Princess Zelda's orders weren't to explore in underpants, but instead explore all other paths. Penn said he'd write up the whole story and then he left. Explore all other paths, explore in underpants. I don't get how you can mix that up. I'm sorry. I'm sure there's supposed to be like some hilarious wordplay and I'm missing it. I'm missing it. Okay, well, I know about where we need to go. It's like somewhere over here-ish. Can we see like, we can, yes, it's literally right here, look. We can see a faint imprint of it. So we're gonna take ourselves on a little trip. We're gonna go down here and we're gonna go to the Coliseum. It looks like a Coliseum anyway. Maybe I'll get proven wrong or something. And you know, the thing that I had to look up for the thumbnail is actually not the Coliseum. And you know, the Zelda wiki has been lying to me this entire time. We might also need to go find we actually might need to go find, we might need to go find another light route so we can kind of see what we're doing down here before we think about doing anything else. Let's do that real quick. I'm almost quite sure there's going to be one, like, down there. Man, there's the lost city of Garandia again. And we never need to go there ever again. I thought we were going to be done with the underground, or with the caves in the underground, but I guess not. I guess this place is so expansive, and I've been I really truly have been so slow at doing things today that what probably could have been done or close to done today is barely halfway there. That's kind of a shame. Just gonna grab this so we know what we can see. Oh, goody, and we can in fact see. No, I don't need to do that. We just need to go over here and get to work. Okay, and I believe this is probably our way in. Yep, right out there. There is a... Let's see, that looks to be down there. Yeah, right there is a stall Nox. We're gonna ignore that, and we're gonna fly around and find the entrance to this thing. Ah, okay. Do. We're gonna make a save because we actually have not been in one of these before. And I guess let's demonstrate, you know, how we get things done. Well. I don't know if we're gonna have the arrows to do everything, though. That might be a little bit of a problem. But okay, this is kind of how these are structured. Don't even think about it. Oh, but essentially it is a wave of 5. Now, do these respawn during a blood moon or after a blood moon? Got to be careful. And then there should be one left. Okay, Unobo, right here. Knock him back and burn him up. And thrown. Got him. Oh, there was another wave of them. Wait, are there more than 5? Oh boy. Wait for him to get a bit closer. All right, and now we can come in for the kill. Two, 3. I don't even think so. Not happening. Bye. Okay. We'll definitely want to come with some more arrows next time, but and some like more combat supplies, but honestly, it's not all that bad. Wow. That was easier than I thought it was gonna be. So I'm interested to see if there are other treasures, hiding out. Hello. The ruthless usurper king of the Twilight Realm wore a helmet much like this one. It's a rather rare find. Nice. We're gonna save. And we're going to call it good for an episode today. I do want to thank everyone for hanging out with me today. I really do appreciate it. Cracked at the game, I guess. Good job. The takedown was super cool. Thank you, and Tiari. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I would say I hope you enjoy your stay, but we are quite literally about to end things off. I'm so sorry. But I guess I could chat it up a few minutes. I hope the things are going well in your slice of terra firma, where we were just about to do a recap and tidy things up. And if you don't mind my asking while I am doing the recap, Entitiari, have a good one. You totally understand. I appreciate that. If you want to stick around until the actual end screen comes up, you're totally welcome to do that. If you're going to bounce out, though, I get that too. I totally understand that. And thank you for your latitude on that. Like I was saying, we didn't quite get the progress we wanted today. I'm lucky that we even got to the Scorching Coliseum at all today. But we did, in fact, at least do it. Hopefully Monday, which will be the next time that I go live, I take weekends off. Hopefully we will have wrapped that up by Monday, and that'll give me plenty of time to tally up your votes, make sure you guys really know where you want me to go, blah, 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 all that fun stuff. Speaking of, on our way out the door, I do have a Discord. That is the best place to go if you want to keep up with what I'm doing, or you want to attend a future stream or stuff like that. I post stuff in there. Do that here. I am looking to cultivate that one person at a time. A handful of people at a time, I suppose. It's a pretty quiet community, but I trust as we get more people, it'll start to get more lively. We post pictures and stuff. I release thumbnails to the crowd, all that fun stuff. But you guys truly have been wonderful today. I really do mean that. We will be back again on Monday, and I hope to finish up the mountain by then, and we can go straight into where we need to go next by then. My name is Coinstamp. This has been another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. I do hope everyone is safe over the weekend, and I do hope you guys take care of yourselves out there. You guys are welcome back in my hallowed halls anytime. I will see you guys next time. And with that, enjoy your weekend, and goodbye.